Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Jen. Church of Entropy. Happy to be here today. This Sunday, January 22nd, got an exciting show in store for you today on Panpsychism, as you can see in the description of the title. So Doooovid asked me to put that there this week, and I'm looking forward to hearing what that's all about. I'll hand it over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions. Thanks again for being here with us today.
Okay, great. Hope everyone had a good week. Hopefully got an exciting show today. I have some interesting things to share. Hopefully you'll forward some of the research. I actually did a little writing, not really writing, but like notes to lead to writing. So let me get straight to sharing some interesting random things. So today's Jerusalem Post, a report on chat AI feature that lets you chat to historical personalities, including World War II heroes and villains. God forbid. It says there's over 20,000 people on this app. I guess you have to pay for it, but so it's controversy over this app. There might be freer versions, but they have over 20,000 different historical personalities you could chat with, and people are getting upset about it. So we might talk a little bit more about ChatGPT. This week at the Royal Institute, they had a video about mind. What is mind with Philip Ball? Kind of introductory, but I was mentioning not too much update with God forbid the Andrew Tate story, and I saw this news article. This includes my brother and Emery Tate, that Andrew Tate's father. So I remember him from chess tournaments, and this was a tournament in Chicago 2005 where my brother competed, and I guess both him and Emery Tate had a mention in the lead up, including I think that's Ben Feingold there in 2005. I streamed last night. I got my act together and did Ask the Rabbi, and then on Wednesday I did on my African American books and Native American books, and I was reminded about all these books I had on the Mayan calendar 2012. And you remember the Mayan calendar that was ending in 2012? Does that sound familiar? You, anyone in the chat remember?
Well, I seem to remember around Y2K people being all like, the Mayan calendar just stops or something. I don't know about 2012 though. Maybe I feel like it's sort of hard to take seriously.
Was
the Y2K thing not happening.
Well, Y2K was about computer glitches, where computers were where they're unsure, or they had to update computer programs for what they would do after 1999 in the calendar, if that would mess up certain programs. And 2012 was related to the Mayan calendar, specifically that had been created at least 1,000 years ago. Some people think thousands of years ago, and there's a few different Mayan calendars. So there's one Mayan calendar that every cycle got shorter, and theoretically, like the Vedas, the calendar was 16 billion years old, and perpetually got shorter after every cycle, till at what point it would end in the year 2012, and it was exponential. So it went from it got I think 20 times shorter each cycle. So it was like a and so the calendar would officially end in 2012, or even before 2012. And so there were theories about the Mayan calendar. what it meant in like the epochs, like a dispensationalism, in terms of the acceleration of progress in humankind leading up to 2012. So here was like an overview of possibly like epochs. So this would be, I don't call it similar to the yugas. I mean, it's not really similar to the yugas, but it's conceptually a similar idea.
Yeah, it's definitely similar. The concept of going, from bigger to smaller in terms of how you're subdividing something, that's central in the yugas, for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a different system than the four yugas and the time frames. And this one was possibly progressive as opposed to the yuga cycles are regressive, devolution, not evolution, that there were interpretations of progress and evolution within the Mayan calendar. And you can see because the cycle of the calendar gets 20 times shorter each time. So here was a little thing. I had the book, one of the authors that put together, and this actually corresponds to the pyramids. If you see pictures of the famous Mayan pyramids, that the Mayan pyramid actually has the Mayan calendar embedded on the outside with the 13 steps or uh, but here you could see possibly just certain things that have changed in the different progressions. So I hadn't thought about that for a while, but I'd read quite a few books in 2010 leading up to the end of the Mayan calendar. John Wolfe was mentioning like Ron Paul, Purple Kappa. Jim, good to see you. So it also kind of relates to the multiple truth hypothesis, where you could have these various, and dualism in general, to say like the calendar, are we talking about something in the physical or the spiritual realm? And if you're talking about some sort of spiritual progress, and there's multiple different theories of spiritual progression or regression, but at least here in America, the Mayans are popular in folklore, probably even more than Hinduism. Like, I mean, me and Jennifer share commonality of Hinduism, but I think in the Americas, because the Mayans, the Mayan pyramids are all over South Africa, South America, Central America, and a lot of people are of Mayan descent or various things. I think the Mayan folklore is actually probably more well known in the Americas. This was kind of random. I was searching YouTube videos and I came across this guy, Nick Harvey, who dyslexic artist theory on the physics of time, and he actually has a few million views, and he just has like endless videos. I was looking through like his playlists, and they're just like endless. I scrolled like Doooovid has a lot of videos, but he's got these long playlists of like tens of videos, and it's just like endless of hundreds of them. And he actually has some sort of quantum time theory. So he has, this channel's been set up to promote quantum atom theory and artist theory on the dynamic light, space, and time. This theory explains 3D geometric progress based on the inverse square law and the work of people like Newton, Faraday, Einstein, and others. Two postulates: the quantum wave particle function or probability function explained by Schrodinger wave equation, the forward passage of time and change in energy, or the arrow time itself within each individual reference frame. We have an emergent probabilistic future continuous unfolding with the exchange of the photon. And Heisenberg's uncertainty principle that is formed by the wave function is the same uncertainty we have with any future event within our own reference frame. The wave particle duality of light and matter forms a blank canvas that we can interact with, tuning the possible into the actual. Light is a wave with particle characteristics as the future unfolds. And he's got reminded me somewhat of Church of Entropy as like these interesting memes. So you can see him on Twitter. He doesn't actually have uh, that many followers on Twitter, but he's got 30 some thousand followers, and you just see a little bit on his YouTube page, like his kind of similar to Church of Entropy, like his diagrams. I thought to a certain extent. I didn't have time to
Sure.
look through any stuff. I'm not sure, if
My
anyone.
diagrams don't tend to have a lot of text in them, and perhaps this is, somewhat why, because it's sort of hard to go from an image to a text that depicts the content of the image. Normally the image is a sort of an addendum, not equivalent. Hope we can talk more about that topic later.
Yeah, so if anyone has a chance to check that out, I didn't have a chance to check out his channel. I was doing all sorts of other stuff, but here's a random SciShow talking about 3 different type of particle accelerators being built in the future, as opposed to Higgs, which was a huge one of the largest hadron particle accelerators ever. That there's different particles or advancements they're looking for specifically, and actually one of them would be possibly actually 100 kilometers, which would be much bigger than the CERN. But here's the update on what's new in particle accelerators. Edward Dutton had on Peter Frost, his first time streaming, who had actually done academic study on eye and hair color in relationship to behavior. And I guess he's actually part Irish. And so he was talking about, the video, just the variety that, it would appear that, generally Europeans have a wide variety of eye and hair color, as opposed to most other nations have just one dominant eye and hair color. And but an academic who had done quite a bit of studies on that topic. And here, for example, is one study. This isn't actually by Frost, but it's a study supporting Frost. Eye color predicts disagreeableness in North Europeans. Support in favor of Frost. A study that shows that blue-eyed people are more disagreeable. So it's academic.
Well, your story about them sitting around in bars eyeing everybody waiting for another blue-eyed person did sort of convey that a little bit. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not. You think it's a reliable result there?
Well, I mean, it's an academic study. So, even a question like, the Big Five inventory, and are there differences between, different eye colors or hair colors in behavior, personality traits, even if it's just on self-reported data and surveys. But it's saying it has been studied somewhat. So Edward Dutton had somebody on, who was discussing the topic. Maybe I should even try to reach out and speak to him. Maybe he's actually in Canada. I think he said it was his first time streaming. So Mind Chat back after a long hiatus, and they hosted a few conversations. So here was Philip and Keith of Philip presenting his overview of Panpsychism, and he spoke with what do you call it, an illuminate, what's the term for that they use for
it's illusionist.
It's
a very stupid title, because I mean, I should be the one called an illusionist if anything, but it's basically the same as materialism. It's saying that the mind is just a simulation of matter.
illusionism, and you would think that that would be the opposite, like the holographic, like Bergson, the holographic uh, form of illusionism, where that I mentioned, and I have quite a few stuff where we're going to do a deep dive on panpsychism this week, but that from a school of illusionism that would be monistic, let's say the dual aspect, basically autonomism, where if there's elementary building block building block particles and
It's atomism.
atomism.
Yeah, atomism is a class of models that break things down into elements.
Yeah, so let's say panpsychism, um, if you're a panpsychic atomist, where you would hold that there's some sort of elementary psychic particle, or if you're a monist panpsychist, where you hold there's some sort of precursor atomist particle that gives rise to both the physical and the psychic, and there would be dual aspect monism, that there's one particle that has two aspects of the psychic and the material, versus a materialist is that would just say there's just the material, and either a limitivist in that there is no psychism at all, and or an emergentism, that psychic qualities emerge from the material, to the opposite extreme, to the spiritualism, where you hold that there is no material realm and material is emergent from the psychic, that there it's not a monist where there's two aspects that emerge from the same property. You're saying that in reality there's only one property, but that one property is psychic, and material is either illusory or emergent from the psychic. So that's what I was assuming that illusionism would be like
No, it's
the
basically saying that the phenomenon of subjective consciousness is itself an illusion.
as a form of eliminativism.
Pretty much just a restatement of the eliminativism thesis, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so people check that out. Here was a book I read, Essays on Thomas Kuhn. Just random people looking to do some research. So I wrote up some notes. Hopefully we'll go over them on the beginning of science, because I think it's important to see dualism does not necessarily have to do anything with consciousness. So just in terms of how we understand the laws of science, and I've been talking a lot about mind independence and Galileo and Descartes and Newton, and I even did that diagram a few weeks ago. So I put up some notes, and it was based off of that paper I shared last week of Ladislav Kvat's 2012 Galileo, Descartes, Newton, Founders of the Language of Physics. Hopefully we'll look at that. So I found, I don't know if he's like Czechoslovakian or something like that, but he was at a conference in Italy and spoke in English, Ladislav Kvat, and it was an interesting conference on arts and science historicizing boundaries. It's long, it's like 12 hours. There's 2 videos, but I'm going to be, going over some notes that I took from this guy Ladislav Kvat. So there was the only thing I could find of him speaking in English. Random, I don't really anything too much to say on it. But the World Economic Forum in Davos was this week. I watched a handful of, 2-speed, a handful of the guests. I think they were lesser than previous years. They didn't have like some of the big money names, like, but they had a lot of politicians, and there's a lot of focus on Ukraine. I'm not sure if it was dialed back a little bit, but it was probably the biggest news story this week. Here was that useful charts that I showed. This, I think, is the third of third videos on his survey of atheists and various questions about are atheists because they're selfish or because they're sexual delinquents. And so his surveys show not necessarily the case. Atheists are not necessarily immoral, arrogant, or angry, or lacking good father figures. So you took kind of a pro atheistic chat, although he's got a big channel and he interviewed a few million people. I mean, like over 10,000 people, I guess, from his people that watch his channel did that survey. And actually, his recent chart video on the origins of Christian denominations was interesting. This was pretty interesting too on trigonometry. I think I've shared them occasionally in the past. They're not conspiratorial, but like it's a pretty big channel. So this guy, not Edward Dutton, Kevin Dutton, is a research expert, psychologist, expert in psychopathy. And so he gives the questionnaire of the psychopathy tests and talks a lot about psychopathy. And he had written a book about the benefits of psychopathy. And so looking at the numbers of God forbid, the substantial amount of psychopaths in prisons, but then also of psychopathy like among CEOs or politicians, and an occupational survey of various fields and even medicine, that psychopaths are more likely to be doctors, and then question like surgeons, and then possibly which fields of surgeons are more likely to be psychopaths, and the nature of like the double-edged sword of possible benefits of why you find so many psychopaths in positions of power and success, and at the same time you find so many psychopaths in your prison, or who could God forbid do horrible things with no remorse. Two articles from Ashish Delela. So one was talking about the necessity of Sanskrit, and I just checked his page now while I was opening these up, so I didn't have a chance to read it yet, on problems with the Aryan invasion theory. So didn't have a chance to look at that, but I want to check that out. So you have a few things maybe to read through on panpsychism, a small presentation. So first, I was just looking, like, I read some material, and so I think I mentioned like Parmenides is a pre-Socratic, just within 100 years before Socrates. He's mentioned in Plato, and he's kind of like a poet, but many people credit him with being the first monist, and say give the strict monist interpretation. So just read this real quick. A good many interpreters have taken the poem's first major phase as an argument for strict monism, or the paradoxical view that there exists exactly one thing, and for this lone entity's being totally unchanging and undifferentiated. On this view, Parmenides considers the world of our ordinary experience non-existent, and our normal beliefs of the existence of change, plurality, and even, it seems, our own selves to be entirely deceptive. Although less common than it once was, this type of view still has its adherents and is probably familiar to many who have only superficial acquaintance with Parmenides. The strict monist interpretation is influentially represented in the first two volumes of Guthrie's History of Greek Philosophy, where it is accorded a critical role in the development of early Greek natural philosophy from the purported material monism of the early Milesians to the pluralist physical theories of Empedocles, Anaxagoras, and the early autonomous Leucippus and Democritus. And so a little bit interesting, like I was doing a little research on that. not sure. Did we go over these David Chalmers slides on panpsychism before?
Maybe, but I'm fine to go over them again.
Yeah, so I
I
read
mean,
through this.
I don't know if you agree with me that a lot of the problems with these types of writing, or the main problem with these types of writing, is that they don't give a specific enough definition, and so it's very hard to understand what is being referenced. Don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, so this, I'd say that one actually has. I have an attached paper that has a lot of definitions, also by Chalmers. I found a PhD thesis, Hedda Hassal Morch, Panpsychism and Causation, a New Argument and a Solution to the Combination Problem, from the University of Oslo, 2014. This one has a lot of definitions, and it has historical overview, including Leibniz, Schopenhauer, James, Ward, Strauss, Schiller, Hawthorne, Hume, Reed, Eliminatism, and then his own unique arguments. And so this is a PhD thesis. It was pretty good. I read it like 1.5 times, skimmed it. It also has a lot of definitions, focusing a lot on definitions. So here's a paper. So here's Chalmers, from Chalmers' webpage.
Did you want to go over the definitions at all, or not really?
Well, that thesis is like 200 pages. So Chalmers has slides, and then he has a few essays. So here's one essay, The Combination Problem for Panpsychism, and this one has like a few pages of definitions. So so let's read the definitions first before the slides. So this might take a little while. I might read like 2 or 3 pages from this. Panpsychism, the view that fundamental physical entities have conscious experience, is an exciting, promising view for addressing the mind-body problem. Chalmers argued in Panpsychism and Panprotopsychism that it promises to share the advantages of both materialism and dualism and the disadvantages of neither. In particular, it can respect both the epistemological intuitions that motivate dualism and the causal intuitions that motivate physicalism. Nevertheless, panpsychism is subject to a major challenge, the combination problem. That is roughly the question: how do experiences of fundamental physical entities such as quarks and photons combine to yield the familiar sort of human conscious experience that we know and love? So William James, people say, or at least for a period of time, was a panpsychist and then possibly switched to materialism. He quotes Goff. And even we'll talk about the combination problem, but the combination problem could also be dualistic. So if you're talking like, from a materialist, if you have like an atomist view of panpsychism, how does that help? And how would you have, if you did have even some form of monism where you have smaller elements that have some sort of psychic aspect to it, you have the combination problem of so what? How does that help describe consciousness? How do elementary panpsychic particles lead to larger conscious experience, like the quantum periodic table?
Well, the idea is that it's not based on an atomistic model at all. Yeah. So what is it? Combination problem? Because I just looked it up and it's giving me combinatorics, which is obviously wrong.
The combination problem of panpsychism. So
okay.
He defines it again. We'll talk about it more if you want to.
It's also a song by Panprotopsychism. So big, fashion trend here, people.
The combination problem goes back to, I'm not sure, I mean, Leibniz writes on it. Um, it might predate Leibniz, but combination problem is a well-known philosophical problem, um, specifically related to panpsychism. So first, some terminology. Um, and there's another essay on the same site on his webpage. You could look up panpsychism and panprotopsychism. So microphysical properties and entities are the fundamental physical properties and entities characterized by completed physics. Phenomenal properties are the properties characterized what is like to be a conscious subject. Microphenomenal properties are the phenomenal properties of microphysical entities. Macrophenomenal properties are the phenomenal properties of other entities, such as humans. Microphenomenal and macrophenomenal truths are truths about the instantiation of these properties. Constitutive panpsychism is the thesis that macrophenomenal truths are wholly or partially grounded in microphenomenal truths. Non-constitutive panpsychism is the thesis that macrophenomenal truths are not grounded in microphenomenal truths. The most important form of non-constitutive panpsychism is emergent panpsychism, on which macrophenomenal properties are strongly emergent from microphenomenal or microphysical properties, perhaps in virtue of fundamental laws connecting microphenomena to macrophenomena. Russellian panpsychism, and that would be Bertrand Russell, who some people claim, or at least for a period, was a panpsychist, just like Whitehead that I mentioned last week. Russellian panpsychism is the thesis that microphenomenal properties are quiddities, the categorical basis of fundamental microphysical dispositions, or the properties that play fundamental microphysical roles. For example, the quiddity associated with mass is the property that plays the mass role, like resisting acceleration, attracting other masses, so on. Numerous philosophers have argued that the nature of quiddities is hidden from us. The Russellian panpsychists hold that quiddities are themselves phenomenal. Perhaps the most important form of panpsychism is constitutive Russellian panpsychism, on which microphenomenal properties serve as quiddities and also serve to constitute macrophenomenal phenomenons. Chalmers argues in Panpsychism, Proto-Panpsychism, that this view is better suited than any other form of panpsychism to deal with the problem of mental causation. On this view, microphenomenal properties are causally efficacious in virtue of their playing fundamental microphysical roles, and macrophenomenal properties are causally efficacious in virtue of being grounded in microphenomenal properties. By contrast, non-constitutive and non-Russellian panpsychism have many of the same problems with mental causation as dualism. Panprotopsychism is the thesis that fundamental physical entities have proto-phenomenal properties. Proto-phenomenal properties are special properties that are not themselves phenomenal. There's nothing it is like to have them, but that can collectively constitute phenomenal properties. To rule out standard forms of materialism from counting as panprotopsychism, these special properties must be one, distinct from structural dispositional properties of microphysics, and two, their constitutive relation to phenomenal properties must reflect an a priori entailment from proto-phenomenal to phenomenal truths. Constitutive panprotopsychism is the thesis that macro-phenomenal truths are grounded in truths about the proto-phenomenal properties of microphysical entities. Russellian panprotopsychism is the thesis that proto-phenomenal properties serve as quiddities. Constitutive Russellian panprotopsychism is perhaps the most important form of panprotopsychism for the same reasons as in the case of constitutive Russellian panpsychism. The many combination problems. The combination problem for panpsychism is how can microphenomenal properties combine to yield macrophenomenal properties? The combination problem for panprotopsychism is how can proto-phenomenal properties combine to yield macrophenomenal properties? The combination problem can be broken down into at least 3 subproblems reflecting 3 different aspects of phenomenal states. Their subjective character, that they are always had by a subject, their qualitative character, they involve distinctive qualities, and their structural character, they have certain complex structure. These 3 aspects yield what we might call the subject combination problem, the quality combination problem, and the structure combination problem. The subject combination problem is roughly how do microsubjects combine to yield macrosubjects? Here, microsubjects are microphysical subjects of experience, and macrosubjects are macroscopic subjects of experience, such as ourselves. An especially pressing aspect of the subject combination problem is the subject summing problem. One can pose this problem by an extension of James' reasoning that was quoted at the beginning of this essay that I didn't read. The quality combination problem is roughly how do microqualities combine to yield macroqualities. Here, microqualities are specific phenomenal qualities such as phenomenal redness, what it's like to see red, phenomenal greenness, and so on. It is natural to suppose that micro experience involves micro qualities, which might be primitive analogs to macro qualities. How do these combine? An especially pressing aspect of the quality combination problem is what we might call the palette problem. There's a vast array of macro qualities, including many different phenomenal colors, shapes, sounds, smells, and taste. There are presumably only a limited palette of micro qualities, especially if Russellian panpsychism is true. We can expect only a handful of micro qualities corresponding to the handful of fundamental microphysical properties. How can this limited palette of micro qualities combine to yield the vast array of macro qualities? The structural combination problem is roughly how do micro experiential structure and microphysical structure combine to yield macro experiential structure. Our macro experience has a rich structure involving the complex spatial structure of visual and auditory fields, a division into many different modalities, and so on. How can the structure in micro experience and microstructure yield this rich structure? An especially pressing aspect of the structural combination problem is the structural mismatch problem. Macrophysical structure seems entirely different from the macro phenomenal structure we experience. Micro experiences presumably have structure closely corresponding to the microphysical structure, and we might expect a combination of them to yield something akin to macrophysical structure. How do these combine to yield macrophenomenal structure instead? There are a few other aspects of the combination problem corresponding to different aspects of macro experience that need explaining. There's the unity problem. How do micro experiences come together to yield a unified consciousness? And there's the boundary problem. How do micro experiences come together to yield a bounded consciousness? There's the awareness problem. How do micro experiences come together to yield awareness of qualities? And there's the grain problem. How do micro experiences come together to yield homogeneous macro experiences, such as homogeneous experience of red instead of enormous jagged array of distinct qualities? Some of these problems might be assimilated into earlier problems, but it's useful to have them stated explicitly. It is common for a proposed solution to the combination problems to address only one of these problems, most often the subject combination problem, and occasionally the quality combination problem. And so this is a 30-page essay, and it goes through some of the arguments, and that'll be in the slides, but this one, it had some definitions. So here are Chalmers' slides: panpsychism emergence in the Russellian monism, or the Hegelian argument for panpsychism. So on my essay on the Frankfurt School and critical theory, I'd mentioned the Hegelian dialectic. I guess Ben Watkins is like a Hegelian of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. So
have you noticed a strange mannerism amongst the Hegelians that could only be described as theological? Like he just seems really happy. And same with that spirit man guy. I mean, it's not the same level of joy, but damn.
Yeah, possibly. So in this case, the thesis is physicalism, the antithesis is dualism, and the synthesis, like the midway ground, is panpsychism. So another phrasing, the thesis, the conceivability argument for dualism, antithesis, the causal argument for physicalism, the synthesis, the Hegelian argument for panpsychism. So these slides, so over 70 of them, talk about the problem of consciousness, then emergence, panpsychism, Russellian monism, and the combination problem. So the problem of consciousness, what is the place of consciousness in nature? What is the relation between the physical and the phenomenal? And physical and phenomenal truths. Physical truths are microphysical truths in the language of fundamental physical theory. Phenomenal truths are truths about what it's like to be a conscious subject. He's not using the words objective or subjective like I had in my chart, but when I do my notes on Galileo and Descartes and Newton, I'll mention that. So the conceivability argument. So here you have physical truths are P, phenomenal truths are Q. So P and not Q is conceivable. That would be like a zombie, to have like a body with no soul. P and not Q. If P and not Q is conceivable, then P and not Q is possible. And if P and not Q is possible, physicalism is false, therefore physicalism is false. And I'm not sure if that goes back to Leibniz's argument.
The conceivability argument?
Yeah, so this is just the basic form of the conceivability argument, that you physical truths and phenomenal truths. That can you have physical truths without phenomenal truths? And he didn't define physicalism, but so if people want to look more into the conceivability argument,
yeah, there's no actual like definition, right? It all just ends up being special pleading for instrumentalism.
So other epistemic arguments, the knowledge argument, the explanatory argument, the structure dynamics argument, and these are just early philosophical arguments. Maybe mentioned in Hegel. Some of them might predate Hegel. So there's type A materialism denies the epistemological gap. Type B materialism accepts the epistemological gap, denies the ontological gap, and dualism accepts the ontological gap. So emergence, the concept of emergence is ambiguous between weak emergence, dominant in scientific tradition, complexity theory, and strong emergence, dominant in philosophical tradition, British emergentism. Weak emergence, high-level truths are surprisingly given low-level laws, but they are deducible in principle from low-level truths. Weak emergentism about consciousness weakly emergent from physical, phenomenal truths surprisingly but deducible in principle. Type C materialism, prima facie epistemic gap, not an in principle epistemic gap. So the argument against weak emergence, the trouble weak emergence from the microphysical always requires a structural functional analysis of macro truths. This is implausible for the phenomenal. Collapse to a functional type A materialism. You have intermediate emergence, phenomenal, not deducible in principle from microphysical, but ontologically grounded in microphysical all the time. A version of type B materialism, ideal epistemic gap, no ontological gap, same problem. Strong emergence, high-level truths not deducible in principle from low-level truths. High-level properties are not ontologically grounded in low-level properties. Instead, they are new and fundamental. in strong emergence is about consciousness and phenomenal properties strongly emergent from microphysical properties, not deducible from or metaphysically necessitated by microphysical properties, perhaps nonologically necessitated by microphysical properties. So the fundamental and strong emergence requires new fundamental properties and new fundamental laws, like psychophysical laws, transordinal laws, laws of emergence. In strong emergence and dualism, strong emergence is a form of dualism, at least property dualism, substance dualism, if and only if they're strongly emergent individuals. As such, is subject to standard problems for dualism. So, at least Chalmers is putting that most materials like T-jump is an emergentist, and he might, if he is a strong emergentist, he say, well, he's essentially a dualist. He just, in the sense of a strong
He's a logical realist, among other things. He also thinks the quantum field is real and doesn't realize that that's just as much of a contradiction as a square circle, but we'll leave that to the side for now.
Well, T-jump is representative of the main school philosophical understanding of consciousness being strongly emergent from the material, which in many ways is equivalent to dualism. So the causal argument for physicalism...
I don't see how that quite follows. I thought dualism was God did it.
Well, dualism doesn't necessitate a God or creator. Dualism
right, but the idea is that consciousness is coming from an extra material realm, aka unobservable realm, aka computationally equivalent to the deity.
No, not at all. Unfortunately, you have your biases where because dualism is largely believed by religious people, that you're biasing the philosophical understanding of dualism. But dualism in the simplest form that has nothing to do with any given religious belief is just that mind, psychic realities are non-physical properties, that and not that they're non-observable, that the mind observes.
Yeah, but T-jump is saying like consciousness doesn't exist. I don't think you're saying that. So it's different in that sense.
That's not what Chalmers. Chalmers was talking about strong emergentism, in the similarity of strong emergentism to dualism. So, just so that people, if you're listening, you have a clear understanding that dualism simply, without any system like Catholicism, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Greek paganism, is just for the mind-body problem, is saying that they're fundamentally separate. What the rules that govern the physical realm, there's a realm of mind that are non-governed by physical laws.
T-jump's saying the same thing. He's just saying it with regards to logic. Logic is this non-physical realm that dictates, has dictatorial powers over the material realm when not everybody can see the truth of it. Ooh.
No, that's not what Chalmers is saying. So he's saying that strong emergentism is saying that this phenomenon we call mind exists as part of the material realm, and it emerges from the material realm. Like it's part of the material realm. It's not a fundamental in the material realm like panpsychism. Panpsychism is panpsychism because it's saying that consciousness is a fundamental, and emergentism is saying that no, consciousness is not fundamental. Material is the only thing that's fundamental, but consciousness emerges from the material. But there's no
tool.
So if you say, well, what's the difference between this consciousness that emerged from the material but is emergent from the material, as opposed to a dualistic view that says consciousness is separate from the material? And you would say, well, consciousness emerged, so a dualist would, technically say that consciousness is existing in a separate realm and has nothing to do with the brain, might be received by the brain or some interaction problem, as where, T-jump would, main school emergentist would say consciousness emerges from the brain. That consciousness is a material product of the brain, but it's emergent. But as an emergent quality, it is separate. Like in terms of the combination problem, how do material micro atomic items uh, combine to form mind, consciousness, and so they say, well, we don't have an answer to that, but you believe that it's emergent. So that's the main school current philosophical materials belief. Dualism is saying that they're completely separate. The realm of mind has nothing to do with the physical. It's part of a completely separate realm. That, Jennifer used the word observable and say, well, no, our mind could observe the realm of mind. So the physical, like the physical, physical things could, so to say, even question whether physical could observe physical, but saying the mind's eye, so to say, could see the spiritual realm. That there's eye that exists in the spiritual realm, and there's an eye that exists in the material realm, and that's a whole shelf of other philosophical problems. But just have a clear understanding of dualism, and there's multiple schools of dualism. Dualism does not necessitate a deity or God or religion at all. Dualism just postulates, like in the same way that you could believe that there was a world that wasn't created, you could believe that there are two worlds, a material and a spiritual world, that were uncreated. Does not necessitate a God or religion. So there's a point that I'm making. Most people who believe in dualism also believe in a God and as a religious point of view. However, dualism as a philosophy has nothing to do with God. You understand the point I'm trying to clarify?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
You could be an atheist dualist. You could believe that there is an uncreated spiritual realm.
Sure. That's, I get called an atheist all the time because I'm
Well, you
using
probably are an atheist in that sense.
I'm using impersonal logic, and impersonal logic isn't necessarily accessible through religion, though, some might claim that it is, including
In the
me.
classical realm, most atheists were dualists. I've tried to make this point.
I don't really think you can extrapolate our modern understanding to the past to what the context of dualism was historically. Like, did they understand it the same way?
Yeah, so you look at the literature and saying atheists, meaning that they didn't believe in the deity, that still believed in a separate spiritual realm. So atheism in the classical Greek realm were not materialists, they were dualists. They just didn't believe in the deity.
So spiritualism, they believed in some type of spiritualism, but not the deity.
They didn't believe in some sort of spiritualism. They believed in dualism, that our mind, that we have a mind, and the source of our mind is part of a different realm, not the material realm.
Okay.
And that's nothing to do
that's
with
also
the
known
deity.
as spiritualism. I didn't say anything to do with the deity.
It's not
You use that term.
spiritualism.
It's a belief in a spirit, for fuck's sake. It's a belief in a soul.
No, it's not.
Literally what you just said is the description of a soul. You might not like that fact, but dualism, yes, is a description of some type of a soul.
No, dualism.
It's just that you can argue whether a soul necessarily connotates a religious view, and I would say it doesn't. Because again, you can take this like quasi-materialistic view that you're trying to argue, and I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but you're seem to be like purposely confusing the subject to like score points on like some point that you're trying to make that doesn't seem to have anything to do with the point at hand. And to say that the concept materialism is largely a modern concept, and to say a spirit world, that even myself, my spirit, and there being a separate spirit world separate from the material, was, we'll call the default hypothesis in the ancient world. And deism is the postulate of something different, of a deity. And to some extent, deities were sometimes material, sometimes spiritual, sometimes both, or sometimes from a different realm. Saying dualism, there's a material realm and a spiritual realm, and the deity could be in a completely different realm that's not the spiritual realm. So this atheism concept has nothing necessarily to do with the rejection of the spiritual realm. And so this concept, now that we have that, what was historically categorized as spiritual phenomenon, which not just the human mind, but I'll talk about that later in my essay or my notes, just forms in general. That there was dualism, that like an object is matter plus form, and that the form that is a non-material spiritual aspect. Like you say that the chair or the table is the form, is part of the spiritual realm. And saying that aspect has nothing to do with the deity, just like mathematics or geometry. If you say that geometry doesn't exist in the material, it's a form, and the form exists in the spiritual realm. And that's separate from human souls, consciousness, and deities. And you could sloppily put them all together, and you say like, well, geometry, forms, souls, and deities are all part of the spiritual realm, which is not necessarily accurate. And we'll get into that more, but I mean, people have their bias of trying to understand these concepts, and the only, these days probably the only, people have these concepts from religion, so they lump it together with religious belief. Where I say it's not religious belief, it's philosophical belief. It's a philosophical system that. So this point about emergence, if you believe that, if you're a materialist and you believe that mind is emergent, so there's the point is that subject to the same problems as dualism? Okay, so here's the causal argument for physicalism. Phenomenal properties are causally relevant to the physical. Every physical event has a physical sufficient cause. If every physical event has a physical sufficient cause, any property causally relevant to the physical is physical. Phenomenal properties are physical. Epiphenomenalist strong emergence. Epiphenomenalist strong emergence denies premise one, that phenomenal properties are causally relevant to the physical. One way psychophysical laws. Problems with epiphenomenalism of counterintuitive, verbal reports not caused by consciousness, incompatible with knowledge of consciousness. Interactionist strong emergence. Interactionist strong emergence denies premise two. Some physical events have no sufficient physical cause, have a phenomenal cause. The two-way psychophysical laws, not just strongly emergent properties, but strongly emergent causation, strong downward causation. So this question is, if this thing that we call mind emerges from the physical, what's the nature of that emergent property interacting? So it's basically the same interaction problem of dualism with the interaction problem of the materialistic emergent mind. And this two-way psychophysical laws, as he's calling it here, that if the mind emerges from the brain, and so to say, like the controller, that the I that decides, like right now I'm going to take a sip of my tea, that this I is emergent from the physical, then how did that emergent I from the physical make a decision to control my physical body? In the problem of interactionist strong emergentism denies causal closure of the microphysical, requires psychophysical laws that interfere with physics. Common objection: this is incompatible with physics, although he's mentioning the quantum mechanical collapse, possibly like the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis. The irrelevance of emergence. Emergence does not fundamentally alter the standard physicalism dualism dialect. Weak emergentism views are materialist. Strong emergentist views are dualist. But these are subject to the standard worries for materialism and dualism. So there's a standoff. The conceivability argument refutes physicalism. The causal argument refutes dualism and establishes physicalism. So the synthesis, you have problems with dualism, you have problems with physicalism. So Hegelian synthesis, panpsychism. Panpsychism, the synthesis, the conceivability argument against physicalism does not refute panpsychism. Neither does the causal argument for physicalism. So panpsychism is the Hegelian upshot. Panpsychism, literally everything has mind. Rocks, numbers, numerological sums, standard panpsychism. Some fundamental physical entities have mental properties. Micro experience and macro experience. Macro experience, human phenomenology, possibly animal phenomenology, involves macrophenomenal properties. Micro experience, phenomenology of fundamental microphysical entities, involves microphenomenal properties. Constitutive panpsychism, macro experiences constituted by micro experience, grounded and metaphysically necessitated by. In non-constitutive panpsychism, there is a micro experience, but it does not constitute macro experience. So Russell on matter, in Russell's The Analysis of Matter, physics reveals the relational structure of matter, but not its intrinsic nature. Physical theory tells us what the mass role is, but does not tell us what plays the mass role. Maybe these have something to do with the mental. So quiddities are fundamental properties that are categorically basis of fundamental microphysical dispositions, like the intrinsic property that plays the mass role. So what are quiddities? So in Russellian panpsychism, quiddities are microphenomenal properties, like the microphenomenal property M plays in the mass role. M equals the intrinsic nature of mass. Non-Russellian panpsychism, there are microphenomenal properties, but they don't play these quiddities role. So are quiddities physical? So it's a verbal issue. Narrowly physical properties, physical role properties, broadly physical properties, physical roles, and realizing properties. Quiddities are broadly but not narrowly physical. So is panpsychism physicalism? Narrow physicalism, all troops grounded in narrowly physical troops. You have broad physicalism, all troops grounded in broadly physical troops. And constitutive Russellian panpsychism rejects narrow physicalism but can accept broad physicalism. Constitutive Russellian panpsychism, the claim that most important form of panpsychism is constitutive Russellian panpsychism. Microphenomenal properties play microphysical roles and constitute human phenomenology. Constitutive Russellian panpsychism evades both the conceivability and causal arguments. So structural and categorical zombies. Structural zombies, narrowly physical duplicates of humans without consciousness, duplicate the mass role. Categorical zombies, broadly physical duplicates of zombies without consciousness, duplicate the mass role and the quiddities that play it. Physicalism and conceivability, Russellian panpsychism. When we conceive of zombies, we conceive of structural zombies, but not categorical zombies. Same structure, different quiddities, or no quiddities. So structural zombies are conceivable, categorical zombies are not. So you have narrow and broad physicalism. Structural zombies refute narrow physicalism. Categorical zombies refute broad physicalism. The conceivability argument establishes the possibility of structural but not categorical zombies. So constitutive Russellian panpsychism is left open. The Russellian identity theory, three versions of Russellian identity theory, realization theory, and expansionism. So quiddities and physical properties. Stoljar T physical properties equal properties of physical theory, like mass and charge. Strauss and another Russellian physics, physical properties. Say quiddity Q plays the mass role. Is it T physical? Is it physical? So Russellian identity theory, physical properties are T physical properties. Mass, what plays the mass role? So for mass, the Q is physical, and that's the Russellian physicalism. Russellian realization theory. Russellian realization theory is the physical properties equal the T physical properties. Mass is the mass role, or having a property that plays the mass role. Then Q is not mass, though it realizes or grounds mass. Q is not physical. That's called Russellian dualism. I'm not sure he mentions monism in these slides, but that would also be possibly the primordial monist, the dual aspect monist possibility also for that tends to make more sense with panpsychism, the dual aspect monism. Russellian expansionism, Russellian physical properties or physical properties of physical objects. You have natural properties. Then even if Q is not T physical property, Q is the physical property. And then panpsychism and conceivability. Zombies are physical duplicates without consciousness, roles without quiddities. Russellian realization theory, zombies are conceivable and possible. Russellian identity theory, zombies are conceivable but not possible. And Russellian expansionism, zombies are not conceivable. So physicalism or dualism. So Chalmers' view, these three materialist dualistic versions of Russellian panpsychism differ only verbally. The first two differ verbally over mass. The third differs verbally over physical, where the P equals structure dynamics or structure dynamics quiddities. The substantive metaphysics is the same and promising for Hegelian synthesis. In panpsychism and physical causation, according to Russell, panpsychism, microphenomenal properties are causally relevant in microphysics. They serve as categorical basis of microphysical causation. Categorical bases are plausibly the ultimate causes. In mental causation, according to the constitutive panpsychism, macro experience is constitutive by micro experience. Constituent properties typically inherit causal relevance of constituting properties. So given constituent Russellian panpsychism, macro experience is causally relevant. So what about the causal argument? Phenomenal properties are causally relevant to the physical. Every physical event has a physical sufficient cause. If every physical event has a physical sufficient cause or property causally relevant to the physical is physical, phenomenal properties are physical. So panpsychism and the causal argument, given Russellian physicalism, the conclusion is correct. Microphenomenal properties are microphysical, macrophenomenal properties are macrophysical. Given Russellian dualism, premise 2 is incorrect. Sufficient causes for physical effects involve non-physical quiddities. Or maybe premise 3, role is sufficient, but quiddities ground role. So quiddities and causal relevance. Either way, a full story about physical causation involves quiddities, and so involves experience. The causal argument fails if physicalism is narrow physicalism, but succeeds if physicalism is broad physicalism. In the Hegelian synthesis, conceivability argument establishes that consciousness is not narrowly physical. Causal arguments establish that consciousness is broadly physical. In the synthesis, consciousness is broadly physical, but not narrowly physical. So the plan here, the problem of Russellian monism. Russellian monism, consciousness is broadly physical but not narrowly physical. Constitutive Russellian physicalism is one form of Russellian monism, but it's not the only kind. So your pan-protopsychism, proto-phenomenal properties, intrinsic properties that are not phenomenal, but that can constitute phenomenal properties collectively, perhaps via relations. Pan-protopsychism, some fundamental entities have proto-phenomenal properties. And constitutive panprotopsychism, constitutive of Russellian panprotopsychism, some quiddities are proto-phenomenal properties and constitute macro-phenomenal properties. Issues regarding physicalism and dualism versions are as far for the panpsychist version. The disjunctive conclusion, Russellian monism requires that structure plus quiddities constitute consciousness. Structure alone does not. Entails that quiddities are phenomenal or proto-phenomenal, constitutive of Russellian panpsychism or panprotopsychism. The relation to physicalism and dualism is as with physicalism. So against panprotopsychism, some reject proto-phenomenal properties on the grounds that the non-experiential cannot constitute the experiential. Photophenomenal zombie argument, or the knowledge argument, or the explanatory argument. So why accept these claims of panprotopsychism? In the arguments against physicalism, we had general reasons for thinking that nothing structural entails the experiential. There are no clear analogous reasons in arguments against panprotopsychism. We don't know what proto-phenomenal properties are, and we don't have proto-phenomenal concepts, so we can't see how proto-phenomenal could ground the phenomenal, but this may just be contingent inability to imagine, not insight into necessity. And against panpsychism, most common argument against panpsychism, the incredulous stare. It's intuitively crazy to think that fundamental entities have experience. I think this has little force, but if one is moved by it, it has less force against panprotopsychism. So panpsychism or panprotopsychism. Chalmers' view, panpsychism and panprotopsychism are both open possibilities and are perhaps the views of the mind-body problem that hold the most promise. So the combination problem. Combination problem for panpsychism. How do microphenomenon properties constitute phenomenal properties? The biggest obstacle for panpsychism. The combination problem for panprotopsychism. How do proto-phenomenal properties constitute phenomenal properties? Is also the biggest obstacle for panprotopsychism. The conceivability argument against panpsychism. The physicalist zombie microphenomenal duplicate without macro experience. Panpsychist zombies are conceivable. If panpsychist zombies are conceivable, they are possible. If panpsychist zombies are possible, constitutive panpsychism is false. Therefore, constitutive panpsychism is false. And the conceivability premise. Why believe the conceivability premise? Epistemic gaps between micro experience and macro experiences. No summing of subjects. Philip Goff. Structural mismatch. Unity of consciousness. So solutions to the combination problem. Microphysical holism, entanglement of quantum mechanics. High-level individuals. Goff phenomenal binding, or Seeger phenomenal fusion. Phenomenal composition. How do we need a theory of phenomenal composition, how phenomenal properties collectively constitute other phenomenal properties. Intersubjective versus intrasubjective. Worry, we sort of understand intrasubjective phenomenon compositional. We don't understand intersubjective phenomenal composition, or even how intersubjective phenomenal composition is possible. In the combination problem for panprotopsychism, panprotopsychism may have more than one resource for solving the problem, is not subject to the constraint that fundamental entities be subjects, or to the requirement of intersubjective composition. Unknown protophenomenal qualities allow more degrees of freedom. Phenomenal properties are plausible, complex properties, relations of awareness to qualities. Panprotophysical psychism allows that these complex properties can be constituted by simple non-subjective properties. So the distinctive challenge for panprotopsychism, how can subjects be constitutive by non-subjects? How can subjects' properties be constituted by non-subjective properties? These are hard problems, but maybe less hard than the corresponding problems for panpsychism. So conclusion, Chalmers, panpsychism and panprotopsychism have challenges, but they are arguably fall short of the principal problems for standard physicalism and dualism. Answering these challenges requires constructing a detailed explanatory theory. If such a theory can be constructed, it will constitute a solution to the mind problem. Okay, so that's Chalmers' slides on panpsychism. So do you want to say something real quick? And I just have my page of notes.
I mean, the thing that sort of sticks out for me is like panpsychism. If you're just starting from the premise that consciousness is fundamental or somehow absolute, you have this property that's applying to the universe, to this infinite thing. So it seems you'd be counting down from an infinity to affinity somehow, truncating an infinity to get to affinity. Like you'd have a counting principle in panpsychism that was consistent with panpsychism. So my contention is basically that atomism isn't really consistent with panpsychism in any pragmatic sense. So to say like, well, what's, how do we bind the phenomenal experiences together? And for me, like, I can't answer that problem because in my worldview, stuff's bound together already. We have to account for the appearance of separateness. So if on top of an appearance of separateness, there's, some alleged combination, some ephemeral, nonsensical non-entity. Well, it's sort of like the phrasing of the question is presuming its own conclusion. So it's like, I guess I wouldn't want to even try to answer the questions. I would just address that the questions themselves presume their own conclusions in such a way as to be inconsistent with a type of reasoning that would come out of something panpsychist or anything that is going from one single thing to a plurality of things is going to have the same. It's not going to be coherent unless you're going from the universal to the particulars.
Given something, it sounds like you're more espousing, a classical Platonic dualism.
Well, see, I don't really know, having not read any of this stuff and only cited it to bolster my own theories, which may be only marginally related at best, and based on the principles of entangled space-time, the 3+1. So, like, when you say I'm being like a Platonic dualism, I feel like the modern day Platonic dualists are the mathematical realists, and I feel like I'm like the farthest thing from that.
Well, it's in the sense that if you're saying that the ancient understanding where you had a unified mass of matter that constantly morphed in form, and the classic Vedic or Greek or Kabbalistic would be possibly the Platonic solids representative of water, earth, wind, and fire, and that those are essentially all the same and are morphing from one to the other. And the dualistic aspect is matter plus form. So if you say there's just all matter, and so okay, like everything in the material realm is non-separate. There's one mass of matter that morphs in form, but what we're calling form is not actually part of the material realm. The material realm is one, and what separates form is from this dualistic realm, the realm of forms. So there's Doooovid, my body, and the table and the computer, and in reality, they're all one. There's no separation. So this form, they say, this is Doooovid, this is my cup of tea, this is the table. Those forms that separate these objects are not actually part of the material realm. They're part of a separate realm. I refer to as the spiritual realm, but the Greeks didn't use the word spiritual realm. Called like the realm of forms. So if that seems to be saying your system, like, well, everything is one, But so
But
except
the thing is that, are you familiar with Nirguna Brahman, the great attributeless one? So there's no properties. And to me, the Platonic assertion on the nature of the one is essentially that it has properties, i.e., a form, is some type of a property-esque entity. I'm not saying that's what they're saying. That's sort of my like slot together deconstruction of it.
well, I mean, if you're saying like like you're just a Hindu and but you're just like a lapsed Hindu who doesn't really understand Hindu theology, or you're just using the terminology. Um, if you're just talking conceptually, metaphysically, that you're from the Greek concept, which is
We're talking about whether I am in line with what the Platonists are saying, and I think in some ways, yes, that
I don't
there's
even
something
necessarily care
beyond
whether
this
you're aligned.
realm, but in a very real way, like people who believe what I believe would not espouse mathematical realism of modern day Platonists. So I don't want to like speak for them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it doesn't even matter. 'Cause, like what so to say, what you believe is so, or what system, and so I'm more talking theoretical metaphysics, and my presumption would be whatever you would believe would fit into some realm of the theoretical metaphysics, and so this
Platonic metaphysics or just general metaphysics?
with these just the labels I'm giving it because we're talking in English, so I'm giving these Western terminology.
Sure,
Um,
no problem. I don't really see there being much of a conventional meaning for the term metaphysics.
Well, I assume they're all Greek words, and we don't have to go into merry-go-round on
Yeah,
this
they're
point.
Greek
But
words
if
that
you want
don't.
to
I
throw in
don't think
some
there's
sort,
much meaning
if
to
you
the
want
term
to talk in
metaphysics.
Sanskrit, you're like, I mean, like we could talk in Sanskrit, but there would
I
also
don't see
be
how you could possibly conclude that from what I just said.
because like you seem to. I mean, one thing, like, okay, you're pointing out that, like, okay, you have some sort of worldview, and so I was just trying to attach your whatever your claimed worldview is, if if that's even accurate to say that, but to some sort of systematic metaphysics that to me seems dualistic, and that's why I was
Okay.
mentioning the theoretically Platonic dualism, where you have the Platonic solids that are constantly in flux between each other, and that classically would have been earth, water, wind, and fire, and the forms of objects are part of the other realm. So in the Judaic system, so I mean, it's confusing if Doovid uses the Judaic terms. In the Judaic system, the Kabbalistic system uses material and spiritual realm. So the Greek, so if you read Kabbalistic dualistic literature, you'll use the terminology. I mean, Ruknius and Gashmius, and that is generally translated into spiritual and material. So the Greek system didn't use the term spiritual and would have used most likely so the world of forms, the material realm and the realm of forms. And so you're saying that's why I say that in the Greek system, the chair, the I, the category is the dualistic concept. That's what exists in the other realms. So maybe I should just go into my notes about Newton because, ironically,
I think it's an interesting question, but yeah, we can definitely go into your notes and dwell there for as long as it feels useful. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
yeah, because I think in the Greek system, physics itself is dualistic, separate than consciousness. So you'll call the mind body problem, but physics itself is dualistic. separate than
Okay, so
and
dualistic in the sense that the laws are coming from another realm, or dualistic in the sense that cause is separate from effect?
well, potentially both, but to say that
Right. So
object
would you agree those are both types of dualism?
dualism is just conceptually that whatever this category of items thing is not a material phenomenon. So we're saying forms and categories are non-material. That's why it's dualistic. So anytime you're talking about forms or categories, you're referring to non-material phenomenon. And so it's dualistic in origin. Um, you could also consider mathematics, logic, cause and effect to be non-material phenomenon, and that would also be dualistic. Um, but but there's different systems of dualism, and there's really no one universal take on dualism. There's no one universal understanding for what is from this category of material, what is from the category of non-material that would include mind. And so ironically, Descartes really is the father of modern day materialism and science
Why
in
is
the
that ironic? That's exactly what you'd expect.
well, because Descartes is the dualist. So
Oh, I see.
Descartes differentiated what the material realm entails, and basically, like, T-Jump modern day materialists are Cartesian materialists, and they just reject the other aspect of Descartes. When Descartes talked about two different realms, but when Descartes laid out his understanding of what the material realm is, that basically is the precursor for modern science. And a lot of, even in the Western canon, most people say modern philosophy, Enlightenment philosophy, starts with Descartes. But so like T-Jump is basically a Cartesian who eliminated the spiritual aspect of Descartes' system, but kept everything from his material system. And so this, I mentioned the opening, this guy, Ladislav Kvatz, that I shared his article last week. So these are kind of his notes where he puts it linguistically, and I'll add some of my own insight onto it, where he talks about the linguistic categories of physics, basically from Galileo to Descartes to Newton. And Newton was a Cartesian in his youth and then rejects Descartes, but he continues a lot of Galileo's theory. Descartes was also relatively a physicist. However, almost everything Descartes theorized about physics now has largely been rejected. And like when we understand like force and energy and very like momentum and conservation, um, it all comes from Descartes, but he had it all slightly wrong. And so like Descartes' physics is largely forgotten, and so you could read Descartes' physics, and it's similar to Newtonian physics, but just like slightly off, and you see the difference of not having calculus. So Kvatz, based like Husserl, who was the teacher of Heidegger in Germany. Husserl, famous ontologist, summed up the process, what he calls idealization process of modern physics. Um, and he'll talk about the life world, which means the world that we live in, as opposed to the physical world, the differentiation between physical objects and life world objects. And that, some would use the word objective and subjective, or quantitative and qualitative. So in the ancient world, like Kabbalistic systems are qualitative. Aristotelian physics was qualitative. He did not have quantitative rules. He had qualitative rules. And so Descartes' dualism separates that qualitative aspects are non-physical properties. And if you want to call them spiritual properties, and quantitative aspects are material qualities. I mean, even not to duplicate the word quality. So let me just read here. So this is Husserl's three-part idealization process that led to modern physics, from Galileo to Descartes to Newton, where you call like the three fathers of modern physics. So Galileo, replacement of life world by mathematical quantities obtained by measurement. So, Galileo's main institute was measurement. That Galileo, like Aristotle said, that if you drop the heavier object falls quicker than the lighter object. So Galileo did repetitive experiments dropping heavier and lighter elements. The famed, although many historians say it didn't actually happen, dropping two objects from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And Galileo also worked with Copernicus's laws and developed the telescope. But Galileo for years did meticulous experiments rolling bodies down inclined planes that formed the basis of Newton's laws. But replaced the Aristotelian life world by mathematical quantities obtained by measurement. That Aristotle didn't do experiments and measurement. It was thought about it and thought about the qualitative property, and so Aristotle's physics was qualitative, not quantitative. Descartes' ontological idealization of objects, replacement of objects of life world by extended bodies obtained by process of ontological reduction of reality. And so you start to have the concept of mass and objects, and the measurable object as opposed to the qualitative object, in the sense like, well, what's that? Like, oh, it's Doooovid, oh, it's Jennifer, it's a cup, it's a computer, to an extended body where you have Descartes, Cartesian plane, and also the connection of algebra and shapes to geometry, but saying, well, what's that? It's Doooovid. And like, what's that? It's a 200-pound object that is occupying these coordinates of this position in space. So there's the qualitative aspects of Doooovid, and then there's the physical aspects of Doooovid, and the physical aspects of Doooovid are objective. That refers to weight and my position in space, and possibly even time, although Descartes doesn't have time in there. And that physical laws would describe the physical properties of the object, and qualitative descriptions would describe the qualitative aspects of the objects, and that's part of Descartes' dualism. So when you talk about Doooovid, the physical object, you're talking math and physics. When you're talking about Doooovid, the qualitative person, you're talking about non-material aspects related to mind. And there's also the aspect where Galileo came into problems with the church, and was put under house arrest, and faced the Inquisition. So Descartes' kind of solution, who was also a Catholic, like Newton's a Protestant or an Anglican, but Descartes' solution would say, well, he's has nothing to say about the spiritual realm or the soul. He's only talking about physical properties. So if you're talking about the movement of the heavenly planets or physical bodies, you're saying, well, science has nothing to say about Doooovid as a person. Science only has something to say about Doooovid, the physical object. And that would say also, science has nothing to say about the cup or what a cup is. Science only has something to say about the physical object of how much it weighs, what is its spatial coordinates, how does it interact with other physical bodies. Although
Yep.
Descartes is the father of Cartesian coordinate system, Descartes actually did not have the mathematical equations good enough to describe physical phenomenon. So Galileo used words to describe physical phenomenon, although his words, like he discovered many of the basics of Newtonian physics, was discovered by Galileo, though Galileo described it in words. Descartes made addition to Galileo in descriptions of words, although they're largely rejected. Like Descartes had energy as momentum and his conservation laws, and really like the conservation laws come with Descartes and Newtonian laws, but Descartes had it slightly off. So you could look into like how Descartes described these things and why they were slightly off till Newton. But Newton finishes the three-part idealization process that leads to modern physics by analytical idealization of action, replacement of actions between objects of life world by forces acting at a distance. So Galileo still had some sort of like quasi-mystical, ether, or as where Newton just has pure analytical actions at a distance between objects and forces. So life world objects are qualitative properties characterized by purpose, subjective, and non-reproducible. They're not subject to science, as opposed to physical bodies are unambiguous, quantitative, finitely represented states that are subject to mathematical descriptions and reproducible physical laws. And so that comes to Cartesian dualism, where the material physics and math only describes physical bodies. And this is where the terminology that Jennifer always has the trouble with is the mind independence. That Newtonian physics is mind independent. It only deals with physical bodies. And the reason why it's mind independent is because it's based on Cartesian dualism. And according to Descartes, the qualitative properties of the object are non-physical.
So dualism is true because dualism is true?
I'm not talking about truth claims. I'm just talking about I'm talking about the history of the making of modern physics. I'm not talking about truth claims. So from the Cartesian system, you have the separate element of the human mind and consciousness. So the physical bodies are material and subject to the laws of physics. What they're calling the life world object, which would be the qualitative properties that are related to mind, are non-physical. So we say that Doooovid has a mass and a position in space that is mind independent. A physical object, Doooovid's house, all these objects around me, their mass, their position in space, they're subject to the laws of force and action reaction, are mind independent. The qualitative aspects of any object, such as purpose, is subjective, it's mind dependent. So say, what's this computer that I'm talking into? There's the physical body of my computer that has mass and physical laws, and then there's the qualitative aspect of the purpose. So the purpose is non-physical. The purpose is mind dependent, as opposed to the material aspects of its mass and the laws of physics are material and mind independent. So that's the Cartesian dualistic system that Newton accepts and builds upon. Physical reactions are causally closed, not identical with life world causal relations, life world objects changing simultaneously on several timescales and are open. So physical reactions are causally closed and are not identical with the life world causal relationship. So here's a little more. So Galileo innovates the experimental method, mathematical Platonism, Aristotelian deductive method, understanding motion as a geometric flow, motion of individual bodies, language suitable for description of reality, and geometric. Husserl's interpretation of Galileo, mathematics of nature, qualitative phenomenon, mathematical quantities. Descartes' idealization is a universal description of nature. Mathematics is an ontological foundation of reality, interaction between bodies, everything reduced to extension and motion, conservation of state, algebraic. And from Aristotle, science can only offer precise mathematical description of studying phenomenon. Descartes, math is the causal basis and explanation, mathematical form, physical substance. Physics is universal laws describing motions of body, although Descartes is still verbal, as where Newton creates idealized world where modern science replaces world of ordinary experience. Ontologically closed, physical objects only interact with other physical objects. Creation of mathematical language making possible to predict future behavior of a mechanical system in a rational way, analytical. Later, Newton used the rational, and then Lagrange builds off in analytical. And in the future, I'll go more into the advancements like Euler and Lagrange. So, as I mentioned, Newton started Cartesian, then rejected. Uh, Galileo says math is the language nature is written in. Descartes switched from ancient dualism where form plus matter equals object to math is ontological foundation of reality where extended body form is matter. Newton, math is a form of analytical representation of reality, space, time interaction. Newton, the experimental method, find way of studying empirical ontological basis of reality, inductive proof from phenomenon. Um, Newton defines the state interaction, now continuous process, calculus as infinitely small change, and time embedding of interaction into flux of time. So that Jennifer's statement of the three dimensions plus time um, is really a Newtonian innovation of embedding action within time that Descartes and Galileo before didn't have this. Um, so from this, so just the statement here where Descartes switched from ancient dualism where form plus matter equal object, where he said, the Platonic world of forms plus the world of matter forming to make an object. That an object is made up of the what I'll call the spiritual form and the material matter, and that makes an object. To Descartes, largely putting math as a material phenomenon, that say objects are a material reality bounded by math. So as opposed to Galileo, who just, the expression math is the language nature is written in, Descartes takes it a step further and says math is the ontological foundation of material reality, of reality, where extended body form is matter. That what is matter? Matter is the extended body of form. And so that ancient dualism of form and matter, Descartes separates to a new form of dualism. So in ancient dualism, the non-material realm included forms. So in the Cartesian dualism, form is now describable mathematically and included within matter. And the non-material is not a question of form, but qualitative aspects. And Newton is not so much of a philosopher. So Newton is not working with qualitative aspects at all. And so Newton is trying to describe material reality, and Newton is demonstrating that the material reality has possibly, on a dualistic, could even say nothing to do with the material reality. That the qualitative aspect of Doooovid and the purpose of Doooovid has maybe as much say nothing to do with the material aspect of Doooovid, my mass and my position in space. And even, saying that an object like the computer, that when we talk about the physical laws, that if I make a statement, Doooovid is using the computer to talk to Jennifer, that is a dualistic, non-material statement. That the non-material aspect of Doooovid is using the non-material purpose of the computer to talk to the non-material aspect of Jennifer in the world of ideas.
Well, I mean, if you want to get technical, you're talking to your computer's microphone. You're communicating with me.
No. I'm trying to stress the aspect of dualism. There's the physical laws of the body of Doooovid and the physical laws of the laws of physics, and maybe the thermodynamics and production of breath and sound waves that's entered in the computer, to electrodynamics that converts the sound waves into electric signal and sends that to Jennifer. But that has nothing to do with Doooovid talking with Jennifer. The qualitative aspect of Doooovid talking to Jennifer is completely separate. I mean, they're parallel, but they're separate in a parallel way to the body of Doooovid speaking to the computer and the sound waves being transferred to Jennifer. That the qualitative aspect is happening in a completely different realm than the physical aspect. That's the Cartesian dualistic understanding of physics, that the qualitative aspects of the object are non-physical. And Newton...
You mean like properties?
The qualitative properties are non-physical.
Okay.
When I say Doooovid is talking to Jennifer, that the qualitative aspects of that are non-physical. Then there's the physical aspects of Doooovid talking to Jennifer, which is referring to the physical body and the laws of physics. The qualitative aspect of Doooovid talking to Jennifer is non-physical.
Yeah, well, the qualitative aspect of anything would be non-physical under this worldview, it sounds like.
Well, that is the development of modern physics. So even if you say, like, not even say Doooovid goes to sleep, Doooovid eats, there's the physical description that is subject to the laws of physics, and then there's the qualitative aspect that has nothing to do with physics. That's a separate dualistic system, and possibly is subject to the laws of logic. So your qualitative laws might be subject to logic.
Even though that makes no sense.
No, it does make sense.
It doesn't if logic is a process. Because if logic is a process, then it's the thing that defines other things. It doesn't have a definition. So there's a problem with the claim. associated with a loss of logic. Just a
Yeah, I
structural
mean,
problem.
you're too busy. You're too busy. Like, I'm not saying this stuff for you to say correct or incorrect. Like, give a history. Like, like, okay, this is what Leibniz, this is what Descartes says, and Jennifer's going to sit here and say correct or
So
incorrect.
what's the context then? I thought you're talking about panpsychism. This to me doesn't seem like it has anything to do with panpsychism.
This doesn't have anything to do with panpsychism. None of these Galileo, Descartes, and Newton were all dualists.
I thought you wanted to talk about panpsychism today. So does this connect to that, or is it something else? Maybe I just don't understand the context of the writing.
Yes, because panpsychism is historically materialism didn't exist. So you have, or was a minority school. Dualism was the majority school. So you start with dualism, and then you have divisions within dualism, and Leibniz is really the first panpsychist. And I mean, monism existed before. So they say you have a progression of dualism to monistic panpsychism to materialism. So,
and the dualism starts with Descartes?
No, and the dualism was the mainstream theory from the Greeks till Descartes.
Okay. And then at Descartes, we have a different kind of dualism.
Yes, Descartes separates the Platonic understanding of forms because ancient dualism had more than mind and consciousness as the dual aspect. Ancient dualism, the material forms themselves are dualistic in the ancient world. Platonic dualism is not just consciousness and mind. That mind-independent objects in the Platonic system are also dualistic. This was a matter plus form, and where the form equals an object. So in Descartes separates from classical Greek Platonism and says, no, matter and form are both material. And spiritual or non-material is just qualitative aspects. So in the mainstream Greek system, just form was non-material. And so, Descartes, who actually, created the Cartesian coordinate system, and, saying Descartes unified, so to say, algebra and geometry. So, in the ancient world, till Descartes, I mean, there were some precursors, but basically, Descartes, the father of modern, Western Enlightenment philosophy, because, and even mathematics, because Descartes unified algebra and geometry. So before Descartes, in the unification of algebra and geometry, you had a dualistic system just to describe physical objects. Because the form, there was no physical method to describe the form. So geometry was not, like Jennifer was saying, that, like last week was saying, there's no such thing as a straight line. And so I was saying, well, yeah, that's why the Greeks didn't think that the straight line was a form. The straight line was not a physical property. It was a spiritual property. So when Descartes unified algebra and geometry, you no longer needed dualism just to explain geometric shapes. That now geometric shapes could be understood as part of the material realm. And so that's a big differentiation to allowing eliminativism and even allowing panpsychism. Because if you needed a non-material realm just to describe geometry, uh, let alone mind or consciousness of the soul, you're going to have a hard time, eliminating the spiritual realm, because you need the spiritual realm just for geometry in and of itself. And so Leibniz becomes the monist, which existed in the ancient Greek realm, the pre-Socratics I mentioned, like Parmenides, and even pre-Euclid, which generally was an atomistic view of there being a primordial substance, possibly the forms also, that had a, a mind and a material aspect, and the primordial elements combine to form material objects, and they combine to form spiritual objects. And that becomes the Leibniz conception of panpsychism. And from the Newtonian perspective of, where Newton was basically a Cartesian dualist. However, Newton was only working on the material aspect of the laws of physics. I mean, he has other writings on alchemy and other stuff, but I mean, Newton's famous. But Newton, also is the head of the Royal Society, where science is based on this experimental proof that could be demonstrated through equations and clearly measured and predicted, where eventually you have an eliminativist perspective. And then, Leibniz and panpsychism remains popular to some extent till today. But with the discovery of neurology, panpsychism largely dies out. Even before World War I, the cognitive revolution, and with the cognitive revolution and computer programming and computer science, where the dualism basically completely dies and emergentism becomes the main understanding. Well, if computer, physical computer circuits could emerge, mind type functions, then it's likely that the brain, I mentioned Hobbes, and that also you had origins of materialism last week, where Hobbes talked about the brain arising from the mind arising from the brain. But you had an element of monism and panpsychic monism. And said William James was a panpsychist. Even Russell and Whitehead, to some extent the founders of modern mathematics and logic, were panpsychists. And they might have sidestepped and went back to the older Greek model that, where Descartes, Russellian panpsychism rejects the synthesis of matter and form of Descartes into the material realm. So I mean, it's a little bit complicated. So if you're calling yourself a panpsychist, then you have to make if you're a monist or a dualist, that like essentially, or that's why I went through Chalmers at length of all these various forms of panpsychism. Then Jennifer taking kind of like, if you say like, well, what does it mean that psychism is everywhere?
Right.
Where is it? Where is it everywhere? You're saying it's like an ether? Is it a statement that there's like a psychic ether, and that's almost Cartesian in that element, where saying that the ether, we talk like Michelson Morley, where the death of panpsychism really comes with modern physics and Michelson Morley, and the demonstration that there is no ether. Because most panpsychic arguments are, if Jennifer's not talking about a monistic atomist view of panpsychism, of dual aspect monistic panpsychism, if she's referring to some sort of panpsychic ether.
Okay, well, panpsychism and ether are kind of like, in a way, incompatible concepts. So
No, they aren't. I'm saying historically, panpsychism is the ether. The ether is panpsychism. So you say that's not
okay,
your panpsychism,
do you have
but
a citation for that?
well, yeah. So that was Descartes' understanding of physics, that you had some sort of
That
ether.
ether was panpsychism? Because I just never heard that before. Like, to me, I got panpsychism from thermodynamic vibration. So I don't know anything about this other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, because you differentiate what you mean something, whatever you mean by it is unclear, and like maybe you'll be able to express what you mean by it to explain it. But I'm just saying that panpsychism and some basic etymological classical understanding, where you're just saying that whatever we're referring to, psyche means mind or soul, and pan means everywhere. So this concept that mind is everywhere, that is generally, or like the historical panpsychism is psychism as some form of ether. And that's why I differentiated between the atomist view of panpsychism, where you say the atomist, there is no ether, there's just empty space, and whatever it is that's the fundamental building block of matter in an atomist monist understanding, dual aspect atomist monism, is that there's a psychic element to the primordial elements that give rise to matter that also have a psychic element, but they function in empty space, as opposed to an Etherian theory of panpsychism, where it's not atomistic, but that psychism permeates all of space. That there's a disconnect. Like either monism is, there's a single element that gives rise to both material and the physical. And from the atomistic view, that means like the quiddities of Chalmers, that like qubits or these primordial particles that have some sort of psychic quality to them, and that's your atomistic view of panpsychism versus your Etherian view of panpsychism, where it's not an aspect of primordial particles, but there's some ethereal element that pervades space that has the psychic element within it.
Well,
And
space would emerge within the mind. So if you're starting with consciousness, it's always inside. Everything's always inside consciousness.
I mean, you have, I mean, because you're not really educated in the classics, so you hear terms like, so I connect terms that are probably accurate towards what you're saying, but because they've been rejected by modern science, you have uh, a negative reaction rejection, where I say like, well, panpsychism is a form of ether. You're like, no, like ether's been rejected. I don't believe in ether.
I
They say,
didn't
well,
say that. I'm saying that there are two concepts that, in my understanding, aren't compatible. But we can talk about it. And it may make sense to say that there's an etheric panpsychism, even though that particular version of panpsychism doesn't define ether. You just have to behave as though it did. Okay. And then this atomistic panpsychism that I'm arguing doesn't make sense
so
as a
you're
concept.
not an atomistic.
I'm saying
You're
that
not you're
atomism
not an
itself
atomistic
is a
or an
form of
Etherian
dualism.
panpsychist.
I'm saying that atomism
You have
doesn't.
this tendency to be like, wrong, and it's unhelpful for you to say that. They're saying there's a because like no one even knows what you're saying, and then you're gonna say like you whatever your view is, and here you are, you're just like pronouncing truth values on other theories, which is relatively probably unhelpful. To just say there's Etherian understandings of panpsychism, there's monistic atomist theories of panpsychism, and then there's whatever the hell you believe.
Okay. And you're saying it's not going to be one of the first two things that you mentioned.
Well, you're saying there's not one of those first two things.
Well, no, the first one sounded fine.
Etherian.
I wouldn't, yeah, I'd say, might maybe be compatible with that. I don't want to have to defend a straw man of the concept of ether. That's the thing.
I mean, a lot of people, like I said, like ether was also connected to just the materialistic. So there was a non-psychic ether that was related to like Aristotelian physics, and that was the Michelson-Morley understanding of an ether, that there existed an ether, and that wasn't panpsychic ether that was necessary just for physics. And really, till Michelson-Morley, the purpose of Michelson-Morley was to study the ether, because ether was the mainstream physical theory, which was a remnant of Cartesian physics. But I mean, so till 120
Are
years.
you wait a minute, hold on a minute. Ether, what's the bridge from ether to Cartesian physics?
Cartesian physics has an ether.
Which
that
is
objects interact within ether.
So the Cartesian coordinate system is meant to represent ether? Is that what you're saying, or something else? Because to me, when I think ether, I think of the Greeks. I don't really think of Descartes, but
well, I'm talking the physics, because the when you talk physics, you're talking Cartesian physics, not Aristotelian physics.
But where does Descartes use the concept of ether in his physics?
For Descartes, ether is a material phenomenon.
Okay.
It's not spiritual.
Okay.
As opposed to panpsychism, where you have a psychic ether. For Descartes, you need an ether for that objects need to operate in some sort of substrate. And Newton eliminates the necessity for an ether, because Newton accepts action at a distance. So for Descartes, he didn't have a concept of action at a distance, and so force and Descartes has some rejected form of force and energy, but Newton just accepts action at a distance, as where Descartes doesn't, and therefore Descartes' system has some sort of substrate ether that allows for action to occur. Newton skirts the question and just mathematically describes action at a distance, even though there was no qualitative understanding of what a force is, or how you could have a force effect at a distance. And that's where you have Newton is less philosophical. Newton just had like gravity, that it doesn't matter if we understand the qualitative aspects of what energy, force, mass, gravity is. It only matters that we could measure, define, and make predictions. Descartes was Newton is really the first scientist. Like people say Galileo's the first scientist in terms of the scientific method, but Galileo doesn't have mathematical science. So Newton, that's why I put the modern science is founded on Galileo, Descartes, and Newton. And Newton is no longer a philosopher. He's just a scientist. And he's not concerned with the why or the what, just the scientific experimental method to determine laws that could be described mathematical, that could make precise predictions. And that's why I always make the point when Jennifer says predictions, Newtonian physics, um, in the modern Western science, predictions means mathematical equations, exact. It means the positions of an object in the future that could be mathematically determined and predicted beforehand. And everything that comes after, like Newton didn't really have a concept of thermodynamics and work, and had the conservation of force, but eventually you have the conservation of work and heat energy and various things, but those are all built upon the Newtonian system, and those all have clearly defined mathematical predictive laws. So that's
How
the
is the
basic.
heat energy system built on Newton's laws? Isn't that mostly statistics?
No, it's a calculus.
Heat energy is calculus?
The Carnot cycle of heat, the conversion of heat to energy is, that force. You have two parallels in Newtonian physics.
That's a circuit, though, and circuits can't be represented in the Cartesian coordinate system. Not that I'm like trying to nitpick you on that. I'm just honestly not understanding your point.
Well, energy could be represented on Cartesian coordinates, but it's not referring to the space of an object. But the Carnot cycle,
Carnot cycle can't be.
the Carnot cycle could be represented on XY axis, but it's not referring
except that it can't be represented as a function.
Well, it's not XY. It's on it's Q and T. So in thermodynamics, your Cartesian coordinates are between Q and T of heat and time, but it's still a derivative integral. The relationship. So Newton comes up with the calculus and the relationship between heat. Between obviously position, velocity, and acceleration, but also force, energy, and momentum.
Okay.
Right. No, I'm sorry, not momentum, but work is force is acceleration.
Well, the shorthand is FDT equals mdv. So the force over differential time is the mass over differential velocity. If you can just remember that sort of good shorthand, I like that. I like that one.
Yeah, so Newton doesn't have thermodynamics, but that the conservation of energy from Newtonian physics and the calculus is the same, is later determined to be equal to, it actually comes to Joule. Where Newton, you have the unit for force is the Newton, although Newton has the concept of work, and I think it's later Euler and Lagrange, or Newton has some concept of potential energy and the conservation of energy, where potential energy is converted into related to the calculus. But the next step in the progression of science is heat, and Joule. I think Joule is a Joule's in thermodynamics. He's working with thermodynamics, and the unit that we use for energy is the joule, right?
Yeah.
And what is a joule? A joule is a Newton meter, right?
Kilogram meters squared per second squared, I think.
Which is a Newton meter.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm saying the conversion, that force is mass times acceleration, which is called the Newton, and force times distance is work, which is in joules. So Newton meter is a joule, or if you put into the...
Hold on a minute. What did you say? Did you say force times distance is what?
Is work.
Okay.
or energy?
Well, it's work.
But isn't work energy?
Uh, not sure. No,
Because these are qualitative,
it's not,
descriptive,
because there's internal energy and
but they're
it's
both
not just heat
joules.
energy.
Work and energy are both defined as joules.
Well, force over distance, is that joules?
No, a joule is force times distance,
Yeah, force over distance. Yeah, sorry, force
not force
times
over
distance.
force times distance.
Well, the way they teach it is that it's a force acting over a distance, so that's my bad. Yeah, force times distance. Okay, and you're asking if that's the same as joules? I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm saying if you don't know offhand, but this is based like um, but the thermodynamics comes
Not
afterwards.
all
So
energy can be converted to work, though. But yeah, they have the same unit. I think you confused me because you jumped from energy to force, and that wasn't really very clear. But yeah, that's a good summary of the last 400 years of thought.
yeah,
Clears a
and then
lot of things up.
also um, I mean, electrodynamics also could be related to joules, the conversion of electric energy, heat energy, and mechanical energy. But joule is discovered the relationship between heat and mechanical work, and that's why the term energy are called joules, and the term for force are called newtons. These are the standard units if anyone takes physics. That force is measured in newtons, which are kilograms times meter divided by second squared, and energy is kilograms times meter squared divided by second squared, which is called a joule. But the joule also could be derived from thermodynamics, from heat energy. A joule is also defined as the energy required to raise the temperature of 0.239 grams of water from 0 to 1 degrees. Right?
Sure. Yeah, you could say that the dependence between mass and temperature is well known through what's called the Gibbs free energy.
And when you do thermodynamics, there's also like the Carnot cycle, it is calculus that the energy,
Not quite.
it is calculus that the energy is the integral. So if you're doing the Carnot cycle, that the amount of energy is I have to review my thermodynamics, but you have like dq dt, um, and I forget the units of energy and how that relates, but it converts to joules and it's through integral. It's through the same Newtonian calculus of the relationship between heat and energy.
It's dq equals tds. So uh, basically, like the product of the temperature and the differential change in entropy is equal to the differential change in internal heat energy. So there's like a connection between entropy and structure,
Yeah, so
basically.
this, I mean, it comes out of the Royal Society, and Newton, as the head of the Royal Society, created the basis of the scientific method. And so when they made further advances in thermodynamics, it was developed upon the Newtonian system of Cartesian materialism, which is a mathematical descriptive boundary of material laws. And it doesn't have anything qualitative to say. It's all quantitative. However, I mean, we got down the side discussion about units and energy and thermodynamics because I was talking about the ether. That Descartes had a material ether. So Cartesian dualism has within the material realm a material ether. An ether, according to Descartes, is necessary to describe force. According to Descartes, you need an ether for force. And Newton was not so philosophical. He wasn't so concerned with the philosophy. He was more concerned with the scientific method and accurate mathematical descriptors of objects. But until Michelson and Morley, the mainstream understanding was that there was a material ether. So I'm differentiating this from the panpsychic ether. So I'm just saying historically, until Michelson Morley, people understood that there was a material ether that was necessary for the physical laws to operate. That has nothing to do with panpsychism, because Descartes was a dualist and he didn't hold that there's a completely separate realm, that he didn't have a panpsychic ether. Leibniz, who was not a scientist, Leibniz was more a pure mathematician. He had some talk about physics and the
Didn't he have proofs
world.
of God?
Yeah, he was a mathematician, theologian.
Who just happened to make proofs of God. Okay. Not much on physics.
Well, to some extent, the calculus for Descartes, for Leibniz, was for the purpose of God. For the purpose, it was mathematical descriptors of God. And that's why Descartes, confusing myself, Leibniz was a monist panpsychist.
Okay.
And so, it's complicated because you have to separate. You really need the multiple truth hypothesis. But so you have modern physics is not built from Leibniz. Modern physics is built from Galileo, Descartes, Newton. And so the conceptuality of the ether is the Cartesian material ether that gets eliminated with the Michelson-Morley experiment, where they have an alternative concept where there's no longer proposed that material objects interact within the substrate of some sort of ether. So at the same time, you had alternative hypotheses that were not physical theories, they were theological theories of panpsychism related to Leibniz. And your scholars of Leibniz, generally Leibniz was not an Etherian panpsychist. Leibniz was more likely an autonomous monist, possibly a dual aspect autonomous monist. Although the dispute among scholars of Leibniz exactly how to describe it. But you have alternative panpsychic theories. So the majority, like Russellian, the majority of scientific panpsychists are monist, atomist monist panpsychists. They're not Etherian panpsychists. However, you do have an element, a school of Etherian panpsychics. That even after
Atomist monist panpsychism? Meaning that every atom has a unit of consciousness?
That atom, not referring to the modern day uh, periodic table,
I know
uh,
what atomism is.
atom referring to the primordial element that material is built up upon, has dual aspect, that the primordial building block has dual aspect monism that creates physical structures and creates mind structures. So in the same way the periodic table,
How is that atomism?
because it's built up on primordial atomic elements like atom, like
So what are the atoms?
the atoms are the primordial elements that
I
everything is
get that,
built
but
upon.
in this case, what are they? The
It's
universe
the
itself?
monad.
Okay.
The atom is the monad.
Okay.
The monad being the fundamental
Gotcha.
um,
As in
like
atom as in indivisible, yeah. And
yeah.
then
So
the monad. Yeah.
the atom is the monad.
Okay.
And we're saying now from the Cartesian understanding, when we talk about atom, we're referring to the fundamental material building block. So in the Leibnizian system, I mean that's before atoms. It's before Lavoisier and the discovery that Leibniz predates the discovery of chemistry in the periodic table, and those discoveries are based on the Newtonian Cartesian material dualism, where atom refers to the primordial material building block. But Descartes, when he was referring to atomism, he was referring to a monad that gave rise, that there would be a single atom that gave, called the monad, that gave rise to both material and psychic properties. So that's when differentiating atomist, monistic panpsychism, which panpsychism meaning that um, mind is everywhere, but not saying mind is within space, that mind is within the atom, within the primordial building blocks. Panpsychism, then there's Etherian panpsychism that is saying, like, no, there's not a monad that gives rise to both material and psychic qualities, that the substrate that everything exists in has an element of mind within it. So as I'm differentiating the two main schools of panpsychism. And whatever Jennifer is, I mean, she'd have to think about it, but it's saying if you're an atomist, monadist, panpsychist, or if you're Etherian panpsychism, or if you have an alternative explanation.
Yeah. That's a great question. I just, didn't really think of it that way, so it's hard to answer. So yeah, I'll think about it, I guess. But it looks like, according to Google at least, Descartes assumed that ether particles are in constant motion. But as there is no empty space for them to move to, he inferred that they moved to places vacated by other ether particles. Particles participate then in spinning motions of closed change of particles or vortices. Yeah, I was thinking of what about just reducing it all to, everything is just people trying to solve the problems of motion, because Newton did that, Galileo did that, Copernicus was planetary motion, right? Modern physics is motion, all about that.
Well,
Whole
yeah, I mean,
idea.
Descartes' physics is basically wrong. on.
Well, hold on a minute. What do you mean by wrong? Compared to what?
When you read Newton's Principia today, almost everything that Newton says is still widely accepted as accurate. When you read Descartes or whatever his book was on physics, almost everything in there is rejected. Newton himself rejects almost everything from Descartes and bases his stuff on Galileo. But Descartes is fundamental in the process, one, for the unification of algebra and geometry, and two, for the philosophical grounding to allow a mathematical explanation of objects. So Descartes believes that Descartes, basically is considered the father of mathematical physics. And then Descartes goes on to describe some form of mathematical physics which is largely rejected and almost incorrect in almost everything. He has an ether, he has energy defined as like momentum, he has conservation, like laws of like changing distance. Like I didn't read through um, everything that Descartes said, but like if you read Descartes' physics, almost everything that he said now is rejected, as opposed to Newton. All this time later, almost everything Newton said is still largely accepted. There might be Einsteinian, but um, that doesn't change the fact that Descartes provided the philosophical basis of what modern physics rests upon, the fact of the concepts of mathematical descriptions of nature. Just
Great.
happened to be that Descartes' mathematical descriptions of physical laws were almost all incorrect. But and then Newton was able to decipher the correct descriptions of mathematical laws of nature. So in that sense, like Newton is in the school of Descartes, and Descartes, like you wouldn't have had if Newton had correctly came up with the correct mathematical descriptions of mathematical laws of nature, you wouldn't have needed Newton. And so, but Descartes did actually have mathematical. I mean, he had more verbal descriptions. So I mean, that's why he's so important in the philosophical creation of modern physics. But if you actually read Descartes, it happens to be that he's incorrect on almost all of his descriptions of nature. But in terms of the dualistic system that allows for the concept of a mathematical laws of nature, that comes from Descartes and Galileo. That makes sense.
Sure. I didn't know most of this stuff, so good show. Always good to know the
And just the last point,
background.
the ether was, I mean, Cartesian. The ether wasn't rejected until like 250 years after Descartes. So I mean, Descartes has an ether, and it was widely accepted among basically all physicists till Michelson Morley that you needed some. They didn't know how the ether worked, but it was just assumed that force has to operate within some sort of substrate. That Einstein referring to um, quantum entanglement that Sabina
Spooky
Hawking.
action at a distance.
Yeah, but that's how Einstein referred to quantum entanglement. But the reality is that Descartes was worried about gravity, because Galileo's basically discovered the framework that Newton described in exact mathematical equations for Newton's law of gravity, and even returned the relationship between place, velocity, and acceleration, but didn't actually come up with the calculus and the equation for it. But really, Descartes created the ether I mean, the ether was around, but Descartes includes the ether in the material realm because he's worried about spooky action at a distance. You can't have spooky action at a distance of gravity, therefore you need some sort of ether.
And the ether's responsible for the action of gravity, therefore stuff's not actually separated.
Newton skirts the question of spooky action at distance and just say, I don't know how or why it is, but here's the mathematical predictive laws. So how gravity works or why it works, I don't know, but here's an exact equation that you could use to predict it and describe it. And Newtonian physics, and that's what Descartes does with his dualism, he separates the qualitative aspects from the quantitative aspects. So Newton and modern science is only focused on the quantitative aspects because they were Cartesian in the sense that qualitative aspects are not considered to be physical properties. They're considered a dualistic spiritual property of the object. And emergentism comes after Descartes with like Hobbes and physicalism. So Hobbes gives rise to physicalism and emergentism, where he says you don't need that qualitative aspects of an object are not non-physical characteristics that are part of some spiritual realm. They're emergent from the physical. And so the Hobbesian understanding from the philosophy of science becomes the dominant school today for like T-jump of emergentism. However, the scientific method till today, so you have the philosophy of science and then you have the scientific method in science. The scientific method is still Cartesian in the extent that you have mathematical laws of nature determined by the experimental method that are tested through experiment. The Hobbesian emergence understanding of qualitative understanding is the dominant belief of scientists, but there's no scientific method for qualitative properties. And that's why, if you have Philip Goff or David Chalmers, they'll tell you, like, okay, you have the hard problem of consciousness, and emergentism is really like a metaphysical philosophy that can't be demonstrated by science. So if you're you could be an eliminativist. If you're a scientist, you think all there is the laws of science, and eliminativism would be that qualitative properties don't actually exist, because emergentism isn't a scientific belief. Emergentism is a philosophical belief. So if you're a pure scientist, then you would be eliminativistic and say that qualitative properties are not factual, not scientific.
Okay.
And so if you're panpsychic, and this is a difficulty just for materialism, not even in terms of talking about consciousness. So you say that if you want to say that qualitative properties are uniquely the product of the human mind, independently of the human mind, there's no such thing as qualitative properties.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
so if you're panpsychic, you could be saying, no, qualitative properties are not the product of the human mind. They're the product of a psychic reality. So if you're dualistic, you're saying, no, that qualitative properties are the property of the object, not because the human mind identified it, because there's a dualistic system, and you're saying the concept of the chair is a form that exists independently of the human mind in the spiritual realm. It's not the product of the human mind, it's an independent identity or independent spiritual object, if you understand what I'm saying. You have the human mind, and then you have the the identity of forms like the chair, the computer, or something like of any sort of qualitative characteristic. And so that's mainstream dualism.
Okay.
So emergentism says the human mind emerges and qualitative properties are the product of the human mind and are not factual. There you could be language or the
Okay.
agreement or the meeting of minds, but qualitative properties are not fundamental properties of the object themselves. They're only a fundamental property of the human mind. That the human mind subjectively attaches qualitative properties to an object. From a dualistic system, you say the qualitative aspects of an object are not a product of the human mind. They're identified by the human mind, but they're independent of the human mind. And so if you're a panpsychist, so there's two, if you're an atomistic, monistic panpsychic, the qualitative properties emerge from the monad, that the monad has some form of fundamental psychic property, and qualitative properties emerge from the non-physical aspect of the monad. And so independent objects, their qualitative properties are not the product of the human mind, they're the fundamental product of the property itself through the monad. And the human mind, similar to dualism, just correctly identifies the qualitative property characteristic of the object.
And this is the atomistic panpsychism, or are you just speculating at this point?
No, that would be an atomistic understanding of panpsychism.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that my computer has all atoms, all monads, everything is made up of monads. And monads all have a quality of psychism that gives rise to qualitative properties. So the human and the human mind is substantially more profound than my table. But the tableness of my table is not the product of my human mind. The tableness of my table is a product of the monad within the table itself. You following?
Not really, because in my understanding of a monad, that it's indivisible. You're saying there's multiple monads. That doesn't
The
make any
atomist
sense
monad.
to me. We have to be more specific as to why that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
There's no in the atomist monad system, the atom is made up of monads. The monad is
Who says this?
who are atomist monists.
I just have never heard this phrasing before.
Well, I'm saying that I think most. I think that Russell and Leibniz are atomist monists. I have to do a little bit more research to actually make sure I have the names.
Yeah, but what were their atoms? I mean, did they,
their atom is the monad.
Okay, you said that. But how were they identifying atoms as concepts?
Their monad means it's the fundamental atomic property that everything is built up upon, that has dual aspects of psychic and material.
Okay.
So you're confused because because you're using the word atom not to mean material.
I just need to figure out what you're saying here.
The
I think I
monad,
get it.
what is the source of the material atom? From
Are
the
you
monistic,
asking me, or are you asking me what a monist would say?
well, from the monistic perspective, the atom is built upon the monad, or at least dual aspect. I mean, there's different forms. This would be dual aspect monism. That there's the monad, and if you say the fundamental particle in a non-material sense that the atom is made up of is the monad. And the monad has a material aspect and a psychic element, a psychic aspect, dual aspect monism. So you're saying my table is made up of atoms, it's made up of monads.
So your table's made up of monads.
Everything in the material realm, everything is made up of monads.
Weird.
I don't say weird. I'm saying it's not. This is the.
Well, the only utility in my understanding of a monad is that it's an undivided whole.
I mean, you're kind of like
defeating the
jump,
purpose of it.
Like with Psalm, like described this like 10 times to T jump, and T jump was just like, well, I think this, and it was like, well, did you understand what I just said? And T jump's like, no,
am
I
I not
wasn't paying
entitled to
attention.
have an
I was
opinion
just
that that's
waiting to repeat what I
self-refuting?
think.
Am I not entitled to an opinion that that's a self-refuting premise, or what? Atomic monads?
What? Yeah, because you're judging. You're like wrong, as opposed to trying to understand. So I mean, you're kind of like parallel.
The fact that I can judge it means I do understand it.
What is I understand it. I understand that it's wrong. Which is basically what you're saying. I mean, you're kind of like T jump to Psalm. You know, where you explain this to him like 10 times, and T jumps is like, that idea is ridiculous. Let me just keep on repeating what I believe. I understand enough
Moving
about what
forward,
you said that it's wrong. It doesn't require any more thought on my part.
Well, I'd be happy to think about atomic monads.
I'm really just saying what Psalm said. I'm saying what Psalm said to T jump.
Right.
That's what was his dual aspect monism. We're talking the atom is made up of the monad, and the monad has.
You keep saying that. We can move forward from that.
Well, because you don't seem to understand it, or you seem to like. Well,
what is there to understand? It's not that complicated of a concept. The monad is the atom, like you said 10 times.
So the conclusion that means that the rockness of the rock or the tableness of my table is not a product of the human mind. It's a product of the table and rock itself.
Okay.
And where does it get that qualitative from the monad, from the psychic aspect of the atom?
The psychic aspect of the atom.
Yes.
So there's atoms connected psychically that make a chair a chair.
Well, not necessarily in the way. I don't know what you're saying. Like there's atoms connected psychically.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm taking what you're saying correctly, and I'm understanding the meaning of it correctly.
You have the atom, and from the monistic atomist understanding, the atom is made up of fundamental particles, and we call whatever the base fundamental particle that the most fundamental particle is made up of is referred to as the monad. Here in Russell's using like this quiddities term to refer to the psychic aspect of the atom. But the Psalm was saying that whatever this primordial fundamental particle is, it doesn't just have material properties, it has psychic properties. And those psychic properties, he calls it dual aspect. They don't operate independently in a dualistic system, they operate concurrently. And so the qualitative aspects of an object are fundamental to the object itself because all objects are built upon the monad that have psychic elements. And that's why it's a form of panpsychism, because psychism is everywhere. Psychism is in the monad, it's in the fundamental, it's in the atom.
Okay.
And then that doesn't necessitate a psychic ether. That's why I'm differentiating autonomous monistic like Sohm is an atomist monist.
So he thinks that things are defined panpsychically by their composition.
Yeah, that there's a monadic fundamental particle that gives rise, that he uses the expression two sides of the same coin. There's the physical side and the psychic side. So the monad has psychic properties and physical properties, and it's the fundamental particle in the universe that gives rise to everything. And that's why it's a form of panpsychism.
Because all particles have monads?
All particles are monads, are built from monads.
Okay.
That have a psychic element.
Mm-hmm. Such that a chair defines its own chairness?
Whatever the psychic quality of being a chair is, that it's not because the human mind labels it a chair, it's because it's the monistic psychic quality of the chair itself.
Okay.
So it's not emergent. And I mean, you could call it emergent, and you still have a form of emergentism.
Yeah, I don't know where the emergentism is at that point.
That's why it's panpsychism. If the human mind is the only thing that's psychic and everything else is just labeled by the human mind, it's not panpsychism. It's panpsychism because mind is everywhere. And you could differentiate because, like a Solmian atomist system, the mind, you call it panpsychic, but it's not panpsychic in the same Etherian understanding because mind is not everywhere. Mind is not an empty space. Mind only exists in the atom. I mean, it's really theology that the psychic aspect is the purpose. So, what is the purpose of the atom? What is the purpose? And to say that the purpose is not defined by the human mind, the purpose is intrinsic to the item itself, and the purpose is not material, the purpose is psychic. And that hence panpsychism, but it's a lesser form of panpsychism because you say, well, panpsychism means that mind is everywhere. However, you don't really mean mind is everywhere. You just mean mind is in all objects, but mind is not an empty space. So that's differentiated between the Etherian view of panpsychism, and you could have an atomistic Etherian panpsychism. You can have an atomistic no Etherian panpsychism, or you could have an Etherian non-atomistic panpsychism, where you're saying the atom is purely material with no mind, but it operates within the substrate of mind as some form of ether. So you see the difference?
That was
Atomistic,
pretty confusing, to be honest. Pretty hard to follow all that.
the atomistic panpsychic understanding is that mind that is in the atom. in all material, but not in empty space.
So a chair has mind, but empty space doesn't.
Because there's no atoms in empty space.
Okay.
So Ethereum panpsychism holds that mind is everywhere, including empty space.
Oh, okay.
And there's a differentiate between dualism. So in dualism, space and atoms have nothing to do with mind. They operate in different realms completely. They're saying, like, no, from the dualist perspective, mind is not an empty space. Mind is in an independent parallel realm that interacts with the material realm. So if you're a panpsychist in a non-dualistic sense, generally there's two options. You're either an Etherian panpsychist or an atomistic panpsychist. Otherwise, you're a dualist. And like you say, if you're a dualist, you say, well, I'm not a panpsychist because I don't think mind is everywhere, that mind is not everywhere. In fact, mind is nowhere. Mind is in the material realm. There is no mind. Mind is a separate parallel realm.
Okie dokie. It's very confusing stuff. My application seems not very connected to either of the definitions that you listed. Because the monadic panpsychism sounds nonsensical.
The atomistic, I would say monad connected to the atom.
The atomistic one seems nonsensical.
Well, that's the, I mean, unfortunately for you, that's the majority panpsychic school. If you're talking Leibniz, Russell, I mean, the famous mathematicians and physicists were mostly monadic atomistic.
Yeah, but when did the concept of a particle arise?
Well, I mean, in ancient Greek with
no, a particle, not indivisible, but a particle.
If you're talking the periodic table, Lavoisier and discovery of oxygen, I mean, it's probably like the mid 1800s.
Yeah, so atom and particle weren't connected prior to that.
Well, you had
so atom. Prior to that, atom meant something more akin to
no, I mean, you have to differentiate. You're talking about the scientific
irreducible property, like
you're talking
even
about
the Big Bang.
You're talking about the philosophical hypothesis of atoms going back to ancient times versus the scientific discovery of atoms in the mid 1800s, starting with like Lavoisier and oxygen.
I'm just saying that just to equate the atom and the particle is anachronistic, and I would caution people against that, because prior to the concept of the particle, atom meant something more like irreducible category, like Kant's categories. Something more along those lines. Obviously not that.
Anachronistic.
Way more complicated than that. And formal.
You differentiate between the scientific atom and the philosophical atom. The philosophical atom was well known from ancient times versus the scientific atom of modern times.
Yeah. So all you have to do is look at how the Big Bang conceived of atom, and it was a universe-sized atom.
And the scientific atom arises from Cartesian materialism.
The scientific which?
The scientific atom arises out of the Cartesian materialistic aspect of dualism.
Okay.
I mean, all science arises from Cartesian materialism.
Cartesian materialism.
Cartesian materialism is just mathematical description of nature. mathematical description of natural law.
It's just that.
Cartesian materialism is the mathematical description of natural law.
Okay.
That Newton was the first person to successfully do, but the philosophical concept of a mathematical description of material law, that's Cartesian materialism. So I mean, if you say like, okay, I mean, you wouldn't put it in that terms where I don't think, like T-Jumps wouldn't describe himself as a Cartesian materialist, but he was saying it would still be accurate to call T-Jump a Cartesian materialist. I mean, that he believes that the material realm is accurately described by mathematical laws of nature.
It's hard to say because, like, if you like you said earlier, if you're going to accept the modern understanding of science, the Einsteinian understanding may contradict the Cartesian
No,
understanding.
Einsteinian physics is still Cartesian
It's an
materialism.
adaptation of it. I'm not saying I'm taking
material.
that position. I'm just hypothetically thinking of T-Jump's position there, whether he would agree to that description, because,
I'm saying that Galileo starts upending Aristotelian physics. Aristotelian physics is a qualitative description of physics, not a quantitative mathematical description of nature. And Aristotelian, he has some geometric understanding of physics, but not a quantitative, algebraic, formulaic description of physics. That doesn't arise till Descartes. Descartes is the first person. Descartes basically does what Newton did, except he did it wrong.
cool, yeah.
And then Newton does it right, but it's saying that it comes from Descartes. And Newton was only able to do what he did because of Cartesian dualism that separated the material realm as something that's descriptible and describable by natural law that could be described in mathematical equations and in the scientific method of predicting future events in terms of mathematical laws of nature. And as far as I know, I mean, Fermat was a contemporary of Descartes, and there's other people who are part of the process to just say like Descartes, was the only one, but Descartes is really the father of it, of modern scientific method, and just the whole concept that there is such a phenomenon as mathematical law of natural law that could be described by mathematical formulas.
Great.
And so Einstein doesn't change that at all. He just changed the nature of the understanding of the mathematical laws that describe nature. But he doesn't break away from the Cartesian materialistic explanation.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, alternative. I mean, also Einstein's not really a philosopher. He's a scientist. So
I
science.
think the curvature of space-time is a philosophical assertion. Because to me, it's metaphysical. All metaphysical assertions aren't necessarily philosophical, but if they're systematized in any way, they're going to become philosophical-esque.
Yes, I mean, it changes the nature of space, but it's still within the framework of Cartesian materialism. So, Newton and Descartes was wrong that space. I mean, Descartes was wrong that there was an ether. Newton was wrong that about the curvature of space-time, but he didn't upend and start a new system. It's still within the system of he's describing natural law within mathematical equations. That he believes that the nature, just the philosophical understanding that nature accords by law. I mean, really, that comes from Descartes. The whole concept of universal physical laws is really Descartes' innovation. He was just incorrect about his, like, the conservation principles come from Descartes. He was just
no
wrong.
one ever thought of universal laws before Descartes. I don't think you're not saying that, are you?
No one thought of universal. People thought of universal moral laws, universal laws, but no one had universal. Even Galileo didn't have universal laws. Galileo had laws that described specific phenomenon, as opposed to Descartes, who attempts to have universal laws of physics that describe all phenomena, that there would be single laws of physics that described all phenomena. So that wasn't Aristotelian physics, was qualitative. It didn't have universal laws that described all phenomena, that objects had qualitative property, and physics was based on the qualitative properties of objects. And so you might have had opposition to Aristotelian physics, but there wasn't really even a concept of universal laws that describe nature until Descartes.
So someone like Kepler didn't see that as universalizable. It was just cosmological kind of thing.
Kepler just had his 3 laws of planetary motion.
Mm-hmm. So generalizable, universal laws of motion.
I mean, Newton had, that Newton, gravitation. So Galileo comes up with the basis of universal gravitation, but doesn't conceptualize universal gravitation. Galileo formulaically figures out the relationship that eventually became the Newtonian laws, specifically related to gravity. However, Galileo did not have a concept that there would be a universal law of gravity. He just had a few phenomenon that he accurately described, but he didn't claim that this was some sort of universal law that described all natural phenomena. That was Descartes, although Descartes was incorrect. When he tried to create universal laws, he did it incorrectly. And then Newton came up with the correct formulation. But the concept that there would be these universal laws of physics, like of Newton's first 3 laws, is based on Descartes. And you might be able to historically say a precursor, but you could almost say that really, no, Descartes was the first person to formulate universal laws of physics. And the reason is because Aristotelian physics was the mainstay, and Aristotelian physics didn't have universal laws. It had qualitative understandings.
Great. Well, I think that makes a lot of stuff make a lot of sense.
Yeah, so that's why I put it for your panpsychism or dualism. So what's that have to do with panpsychism or dualism? And you would say, well, you can't really have panpsychism or dualism till you have universal descriptor of the material realm.
Okay, sure.
Because till then you had, dualism was necessary just for a descriptor of, because like according to previous understandings, physics was determined by mind. So you needed dualism or panpsychism to describe physical natural law, because you didn't have the concept of universal natural law. And even think of like Newton. Like Newton didn't have thermodynamics or heat, and even the whole concept that mechanical energy, that Newton came up with mechanical energy, and then to think that 75 years later that they would have, or 100 years later that they would have thermodynamics and heat energy, and that heat energy would be equivalent to mechanical energy, and that you would have a conservation of energy in totality of not just mechanical energy, but heat energy, and that mechanical energy could be converted into heat energy. And then later, um, Maxwell and electric energy and these various aspects. But that's all based on the Cartesian concept of universal natural law and the calculus formulation of Newton that's describable in differential equations. That universal natural law, um, Descartes comes up with the concept. Newton correctly describes mechanical phenomenon within differential equations, and then post Newton, all other natural law is assumed to be universal and descriptive within differential equations according to the scientific method of um, predictions, replicability. And so that's where you differentiate between pre-Cartesian dualism and panpsychism, where physics is dualistic and panpsychic by nature, because the belief is that the explanation of physical and that mind is necessary to explain natural law. And so Descartes separates natural law from, I mean, really Galileo starts the separation of natural law from mind, and say that natural law works independently of mind.
Ooh,
And so
complicated stuff.
post-Cartesian dualism and panpsychism is different than pre-Cartesian panpsychism and dualism, because pre-Cartesian panpsychism and dualism was not only explaining mental phenomenon, but was explaining physical laws. And that's where you have concepts like the Leibniz, but Leibniz and his atomist monism is an alternative to Cartesian dualism, in the sense where he's no longer coming to explain physical law, he's coming to explain mind. And if you're talking panpsychism, you don't have a panpsychic system in order to explain physical laws, or do you? You think your panpsychic system is necessary also for the explanation of physical laws, or you're in opposition? In that part, you agree with Descartes that there is such a thing as universal mind independent physical laws.
Well, by your definition of mind, if I take your definition of mind, not yours, but the definition of mind of like
Descartes.
Something coming out of the brain, an emergent thing of the brain.
Why am I using that? And I'm talking Descartes, and I mean qualitative properties.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble understanding what you're asking. It's just too many qualifiers there.
If you're still like an Aristotelian physics, where
I haven't read much Aristotle, but everything I've read, I don't agree with. So
yeah, I mean, you wouldn't probably agree with almost all of Aristotelian physics now is considered incorrect.
And his logic, obviously, his physics. Nobody gives a shit about his physics. People don't give a shit about Aristotelian physics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking like Descartes, like physics was incorrect. Like it was almost like the exact same as Newton. He just had his equations slightly off. Like Aristotle, like he doesn't even have equations. He's got qualitative properties and understands like things have a natural place. And the reason why things move in the way they do is some qualitative aspect of the property trying to return to its natural place. And there's no universal laws. The laws are related to the qualitative properties of different objects.
Cool.
But So in the sense, I don't mean like you're Aristotelian, but in the sense that you think that natural law works based on universal laws of the material realm, independent of the psychic aspect of objects. So even if objects have an independent psychic aspect, that the if you're Cartesian, you say that that is independent of the universal physical laws that describe their motion.
Sorry, what's independent? I thought the laws were independent. What's independent of the laws?
The psychic aspect of objects are independent of the physical natural laws
Oh,
that
okay,
describe
right.
their
Because they're
movement.
not physical laws, right? That's why.
That an object moves because of the universal physical natural laws, not because of the psychic aspect of them.
Okay.
So in that sense, they say that you're a Cartesian materialist in that aspect of physics, or you say that if your view of panpsychism, you say no, that physical laws are not independent of the psychic aspects of the object.
Well, there's an issue with the law because there's no cause and effect on the fundamental level. And most of what I want to talk about is on the fundamental level.
So I mean, it's a question like mass and force. So it's like universal laws are
Sure.
like F equals ma, W equals FD, or the work equals Q times S, or what, to look back at my formulas, but those are the universal laws that are mind independent, that these objects, regardless of the psychic qualitative properties of the object, that the descriptor of the physical properties are defined by these universal laws.
Yeah, well, there isn't really any concept of mind independence in my system. That's why it's hard for me to talk about it. But generally, the physical laws, would be primary. You could look at the physical laws as primary.
Well, I mean, primary for the physical actions of the object, or primary for the qualitative. So I mean, it's separate.
Qualitative. Qualitative
Then
is material in my worldview. So qualitative would not be from the other realm or whatever.
in the Cartesian, quantitative is material, qualitative is spiritual.
Yeah, I get that. That's the whole problem is
The
how to
mind independent
predict
aspect of
qualities
Jennifer,
with quantities.
the mind independent aspect of Jennifer is your mass, your position, your mechanical, thermal,
Okay.
electric energy.
Okay, that just sounds like materialistic properties. Okay, mind independent is materialistic observation.
Or
Okay.
there might be a Jennifer that has a mind that's separate from the material, but the material aspect of Jennifer that is subject to the laws of physics refers to your mass, your position, your various forms of energy, not to your spiritual energy, meaning your work energy, your thermodynamic, mechanical, electrical.
Yeah, so I'm saying the spiritual stuff can predict the material stuff.
Spiritual could predict
Material.
them, that a basic, like if you walk from where you're standing to the other room, that's subject to Newtonian mechanics of force times distance, energy that's calculated based on your material body.
What's your point there?
I'm trying to different.
Don't understand your point.
Where does your mind interplay with these physical laws? What does your mind have to do with the laws of physics? How does your mind interfere?
My mind, because the thing is, in my system, I
The main
understand
point I'm
my
making
mind as
is that
something quite
these
different to
laws
what
are
you
mind
understand.
independent. That when you walk to the other room, whatever is descriptive of the mechanics, the thermodynamics, that is mind independent. Whatever is going on in your mind has nothing to do with the physical laws, the descriptor of the
Okay,
movement of
fine.
your body.
The description of my physical properties isn't something that I determine. Obviously not.
And therefore it's mind independent.
See, that wouldn't be that's a matter of metaphysics. So whether you conclude independence from that, that's a metaphysical thing. And I'm saying I'm not going to conclude independence from that. I understand why it's done. But it's a problem logically to do it. So I don't want to do it. But I do understand that, materialism and mind independence and the certainty of material physics, I understand the appeal of it. And that doesn't work because perception is interferential. So there needs to be a modification to the theories to account for the interferential observation, is basically what I'm saying.
I was also looking in, I forget to mention, because you're talking about straight lines, and actually the ancient origins, one of the ancient origins of straight lines, even possibly before Euclid, is actually the least action principle related to optics.
Yeah, pretty much everything I derive from the least action principle.
But I'm saying the straight line is derived from the least action principle.
How? Oh yeah, because of the geodesic, right?
No, because optics, in terms of the reflection of light off a mirror.
Uh-huh.
So it's possible that that even predates Euclid, of the least action principle in history, that there's possibly pre-Euclidean understandings of optics and the straight line of refraction. And
So
saying,
you're saying
well,
like a beam of light travels in a straight line, therefore the straight line is the geodesic? Is that the logic? That's a bit nebulous.
what this means with a geodesic.
Shortest minimal separation is what a geodesic is.
Yeah, but it's not referring to a straight line. Geodesic is referring to like a dome, right? Or a circle.
Minimal. It's a minimal separation.
Yeah, but it's referring
Surface?
to a circle, not a line.
What are you talking about exactly?
I don't know why you brought in geodesic here. I'm referring to reflection and refraction in the traveling of light when it hits a mirror, and the understanding of the earliest understanding of optics. And when I was mentioning, the way the computer camera works, but there could be pre-Euclidean understanding of optics and the straight line based on the least action principle. That the reason that they understood optics in terms of the straight line, because that was the simplest, the path of least action.
Okay.
You're not understanding what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I just.
The earliest understanding of optics was that the object that we're seeing, or a reflection in a mirror, is straight lines. And the reason why they thought it was straight lines was because the principle of least action. Why should you assume that the object that we see is representative of a straight line because that was the principle of least action. So the earliest conception of the straight line comes from optics and the principle of least action.
You sure it doesn't come from Euclidean geometry?
Saying it predates Euclidean geometry.
Okay.
You think no one thought about optics and like the nature of the objects that they see before Euclid?
I'm sure they did. I was just checking what you were saying there, so I was a little confused.
Saying the reason, so why should it be a straight line? And saying, well, because that's the path of. I mean, they use the term action, but that's they say that's the precursor of the principle of least action, and the Western the concept of least action arises from optics, and we mentioned that on an earlier stream. We mentioned like Snell's laws and refraction, where they didn't understand why light bends going through items of different density, and that was a big mystery because it would appear that the shortest path is a straight line, but when light travels through items of different density, like glass or water, it bends. And so they understood that it has to, and even in ancient times, and the ancients recognized even before Euclid the phenomenon that light bends in water.
Okay, can I just say one thing? This is how I'm thinking of it. The sun, and then there's waves leaving the sun. Those are three-dimensional. They look like a sphere. So the whole light travels in straight line things, yeah, just saying that's not really a thing. That's why, like, you can say it's somehow connected to the concept of a geodesic, but I'll agree with you that it appears that way in our perception.
Well, I'm making the point that the origin of the concept of the straight line is the principle of least action. The reason why people conceptualize that there's such a thing as the straight line was because of
I think maybe you mean minimal separation, because least action is a much later concept.
Action doesn't get really defined till Newton.
Yeah, so the minimal separation, like the path of minimal separation appears to be a line. Okay, that's an ancient concept. The interpretation of that
mystery of refraction of water, why light bends in water, was something that there's pre-Euclidean writing of trying to understand the nature of refraction, and Euclid doesn't have an explanation for refraction. I mean, really, refraction. I don't know what Snell's law, whenever, but like they don't really even the concept of refraction. Descartes in his optics, it may even be Christian Huygens, or like I don't think refraction was solved till Newton, and I don't even know if Newton himself is the one who solved refraction.
Well, it was officially solved when it was understood that what was intrinsic was the energetic profile, aka the frequencies. And so the movement or apparent movement under the lens was effectively a result of that frequency, of the energy indicated by the frequency being conserved.
I don't mean to say that the concept of the principle of least action was an ancient concept.
Yeah, I would say minimal separation is an ancient concept. Least action, you're talking about deviations from a path. That's pretty Cartesian.
And
IMO.
So it's anachronism, but it's saying that I mean, I was rereading that book by Cooper Smith that's called the Principle of Least Action. So her book is called The Principle of Least Action. Like I read it before, and we talked about some of that, and I was rereading that even just today before the show. And her book is titled The Principle of Least Action. She talks about the history of refraction, and so whatever the terminology the ancients used, she refers to that as the precursors to the principle of least action. But the problem of refraction was known in ancient pre-Euclidean times. And because the assumption was that the simplest or the however you described it, I have to look up the terminology that they used, should be the straight line, and refraction appeared to be a contradiction to the primitive concepts of least action until eventually the bending of light and refraction was understood to actually be the conservation of the principle of least action. So for that, it was always looked at as a contradiction to what was assumed to be that until they came up with like Snell's law, or eventually the understanding to say that actually refraction and bending of light is the conservation of the principle of least action, not the contradiction.
Cool. Yeah.
But I just mentioned that the concept, but I was just rereading Cooper Smith's book on the principle of least action. Cooper Smith's a woman, Jennifer Cooper Smith. Um, and I actually have her book open now. She has another book on the history of the work concept, Jennifer Cooper Smith. And, so they're saying that the concept of the straight line, at least according to some of her research, predates Euclid and is based on what she calls the primitive precursors of the principle of least action.
Well,
Why
sure.
does Euclid? Why I mean Euclid postulates hypothetically, like in a Platonic form, the a line as the shortest distance between 2 points, and that's already Platonic. But there
Oh,
were precursors before that of a concept of the straight line, and the concept of the straight line, she says, is a precursor to the principle of least action.
okay.
It's Jennifer Cooper Smith says that.
Okay. So, yeah. Doesn't really line up with my vision of panpsychism at all. So, I don't know what to do about that.
Well, I don't even think you have a well-defined understanding of what panpsychism is to say what's your view of panpsychism.
Why do I have to know what other people have said about it to have a view of it myself, if it's an implication of my theoretical formalism?
Well, because I mean, you're just using words that don't, because that's what I said. Like, it's for other people. So whatever concept you have in your own head, and if you're trying to communicate with that with other people, and you're using words to describe it, they're not understanding the word with your conception unless you clearly define it. And if you just use the word, they're going to use a preconceived conception, and that's going to be based on the historical uses of the word or simply the etymology. And that's what panpsychism means. Psychism is everywhere. So that's why I said the two basic forms of panpsychism, just etymologically, are etheric or atomistic. And so if you have an alternative conception of panpsychism that's not based on one of those two views, like certainly no one's going to think that that's what you mean by the term panpsychism unless you clearly define it. And then if you say something
Sure.
that isn't in terms of that, well, why are you using the term of panpsychism when the other people who historically used the term of panpsychism meant something else?
Because it's vague.
So you're saying, well, I chose to describe an idea that's in my head that no one else had used before, and I'm reappropriating the word panpsychism to my own meaning. And good luck with that. But saying, like, that really, that's why there's the disconnect. You're saying that no one understands what you're talking about.
That's why no one understands. Because I don't understand the alternative understandings of
And what we have
panpsychism.
here is a failure to communicate. I mean, the cool hand loop. We have a failure in communication, and the failure in communication is due to the meaning of words. And people don't know what you mean by words. They know the meaning of words due to the use of words by other people. So like if you had a son or something, like a daughter, and you were the only person that they heard the word from, and like, mommy, what's panpsychism? And then you told them what panpsychism is. So they thought panpsychism was what you told them it was. But besides for that, if you use the word panpsychism, they're going to have a preconceived notion of what panpsychism means, and it's not going to be what you mean by it. And if you mean something different than uh, a generalized preconception of what the word means, you have to clearly explain to people what you mean by it, and then even some argument like why you're choosing to use this word differently than how other people are using the word.
Okay.
And so if you're, it's the problem, like, Ashish Delela, if you're like, well, I'm a non-dualist, you're like, why? Because you hate Descartes? You're like, no, because I'm a Hindu, and the Hindus use the term non-dualism. They never even heard of Descartes. That's just, Advaita means non-dual. So you have a disconnect in terminology. Where we talked about,
Okay.
the Greek versus the Vedic, the conceptual understanding of dualism in the Western system, the Greek system versus the Eastern system, and you say, well, Advaita literally means non-dual. It's like, I'm a non-dualist, and so so that means you disagree with Descartes, and you say, well, not necessarily. I'm a Hindu, and I agree with Shankaracharya, or whoever you follow, who never even heard of Descartes, the alternative, parallel history and etymology and understanding of what these words meant.
Yep. That's that is accurate. And I was just going with it because I figured most people had no idea what panpsychism was because they didn't study it. It's very niche. And then they could look up. And it's a view that the mind or a mind-like aspect is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of reality. Now that is an accurate description.
And even just the etymology to say panpsychism.
Now, even though it doesn't line up with either of those views that you described, doesn't mean that mind isn't a fundamental attribute of reality in my system. So that's where I guess the disconnect is, quote unquote, because to me, because if somebody wants to learn more, they could just look this up and it won't contradict my definition, which would take literally years to explain even to somebody. It's not wrong. It's just like, obviously it's not going to describe the entire thing. I sort of question that people have that precise of a connection to what the term means. As I was saying earlier, I'd question that there's a conventional definition of a term like metaphysics. And if you want evidence for that, just ask some random person what it means.
Well, that's why I read.
You're not going to get a clear answer.
That's why I read the David Chalmers at length, who's basically the science of consciousness. I mean, he's like, the mainstream philosopher, definer of these terms.
Of panpsychism?
No, of the philosophy of mind in general.
Okay.
I mean, he's one of like the steering committee overseers of the Science of Consciousness conference. Was at Science of Consciousness conference every year for decades. He was just a professor at NYU, but he wrote the book, came up with the title of The Hard Problem of Consciousness. He's one of the most, and he's not a panpsychist, I'm saying. He's just one of the most well-known philosophers of mind. So if you're just saying, like, well, who's one of the most universal, well-known, popular author, even in his recent book and theories about I don't think he uses the term illusionism, but the computer simulation, where he chose the popular author module by saying David Chalmers is probably the most popular author of our generation on the philosophy of mind. I mean, he's not the only one, but I'm saying he's probably the biggest one. Certainly, he's this conference this year. He was one of the keynotes last year, and he was one of the keynotes at the very first Science of Consciousness conference. So that's why I went at length using Chalmers' words and definitions. So it's like, how does Chalmers use the word panpsychism?
And it matters more because he's a
Because
modern thinker.
what it's saying, if in terms of what does panpsychism mean, and you're saying, well, Chalmers is probably closest to the common philosophical perception of panpsychism.
I thought he was an eliminativist.
It doesn't matter what he is, because he's not writing about. He separates. He separates his own personal opinion and speculation from. So he wrote multiple articles and slides on panpsychism, even though he's not a panpsychist.
Okay, Brian. I thought you were saying he was a panpsychist just before. I misunderstood what you said
I
there.
made the point that he probably is definitive of the most common current psychological, philosophy of mind understanding of the term panpsychism. You're saying what is the philosophy of mind modern understanding of panpsychism? So look at Chalmers. Chalmers is you're probably up there with the most influential philosophers of mind today. He's not a panpsychist, but that's why he's the just philosophy and mind in general. And that's why I read at length his slides and he laid out the problem. And like he tried to be objective, and in his slides he even mentions what he thinks is provable or what the unknowns are, and then his own opinions on the future directions of panpsychism.
Cool.
And he's not a spiritualist. He was talking not a theological view of panpsychism, a philosophical view of panpsychism. So I'm more a theologian than a philosopher. So that I wanted to give over, we can review today the Chalmers and the philosophical understanding of panpsychism. And when I talk about the ether, that's more a theological understanding of panpsychism. And that's why I say, like, Chalmers, it was talking more about the atomistic, the monistic understanding of panpsychism. So I think most theologian understanding of panpsychism has some sort of ethereal understanding of mind pervading everywhere that doesn't necessitate a precise philosophical or scientific understanding. So Chalmers is telling the various problems related to panpsychism that most theologians are not necessarily worried about. That they just say, well, mind is everywhere, mind permeates everything. And then even to differentiate, well, what's the difference between dualism and panpsychism? If you're saying mind is everywhere, and what's the that he talked about for his understanding of panpsychism, because mostly monistic, atomistic, was the problem of combination.
Sure.
And if you're looking at opposite, like you have, to my view, you have that the panpsychic element is infinite, so it's not smaller elements combining to make larger argument. He was talking about Chalmers focused mostly on micro phenomenon combining to make macro phenomenon. And if you're have a more theological basis where you're talking about um, reductionism of the reduction of infinite to micro phenomenon, that when you say panpsychism means that there's some sort of infinite element of psychism, and qualities of mind are not built up from micro phenomenon, they're reduced from some sort of infinite phenomenon.
Yeah.
And there is that element of what they call to reductionism, but that would more be a theological element, that you're like your postulation that there's like this infinite psychic element out there in the universe that would appear to be Occam's razor, that at least the less likely postulate. So if you're talking an atomistic view, would appear to be more simple than just like, no, there's an infinite panpsychic element that, and you don't even mean like an ether that's everywhere. So like this infinite panpsychic element, and it's everywhere, and it's not dualistic, a part of some parallel spiritual realm. It's part of the material realm.
But then I would just say, well, who are you to state the necessary conditions for understanding motion? Like, Huckham's razor doesn't apply on that level because it's like, well, coherence conditions, you know. I'm not. The thing is, like, original use of my system is like theological. So yeah, it's a reduction from infinity, but I don't want to call it reductionism because most people, when they hear reductionism, they think it means that you can reduce all understanding to materialism.
No, it's related to philosophy.
I don't want to make that. I don't want to say that.
No, that's it, it's called reductionism. Reductionism is the correct term that you want to use.
Yeah, but that's not the meaning of people take. That's not what people take reductionism to mean. So I get it. I get what you're saying, though. In some sense, the correct term is reductionism because you're starting at infinity and you're reducing. And the argument, to be less glib would be that, like, you don't start with infinity, you start with zero boundaries. So you have an infinite number of hypothetical boundaries. It's kind of like multiple truth hypothesis. Like, in advance of doing anything, you have infinite potential. And then when you do something, the potential is reduced to the set of things that are allowed rather under the action of what you've chosen to do. So like a conditional type of thing. So
well, just reading.
What's the issue exactly with the? So okay, you're saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that's fine if it doesn't make sense. It's not actually meant to make sense, but I can make it make sense. But then it's no longer metaphysically parsimonious because I'm doping it with extra structure to make it make sense. So it makes sense now, but it's lost its metaphysical parsimony. If that makes sense.
I'm not sure. I mean, just like here on Wikipedia, actually, for whatever reason, they've reductionism related to Descartes. Reductionism is any separate related.
Are you screen sharing again? No,
No, I put in the. I mean, if you want to share it, I put it in the chat. Reductionism is any of several related philosophical ideas regarding the association between phenomenon, which can be described in terms of other, simpler, or more fundamental phenomenon. It also describes an intellectual or philosophical proposition that interprets a complex system as the sum of its parts. You have ontological reductionism, methodological reductionism, and theory reductionism. Ontological reductionism, a belief that the whole world consists of a minimal number of parts. And if that sense that you would be an ontological reductionist and you say this infinite.
Sure, I'm an ontological reductionist, sure.
If that's your school of panpsychism and saying this infinite panpsychic entity is.
It can't be an entity, but okay, I get it.
Or methodological reductionist, the scientific attempt to provide an explanation in terms of ever smaller entities. Theory reductionism, the suggestion that a newer theory does not replace or absorb an older one, but reduces it to more basic terms. And say theory reduction could be translation, derivation, explanation. And then you have Descartes and De Homina claim that non-human animals could be explained reductively as automata, meaning essentially as more mechanically complex versions of this digesting duck.
Right. So that's like not the sense that I'm using it in. I'm saying your counting principle has to start at infinity and become reduced from infinity in order to be consistent with physics. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why the whole straight line thing is relevant, because that doesn't work in physics either. Because the
Well,
straight line isn't the actual
why are you
path
saying the
of
opposite?
separation.
You're
What?
saying that minds could be reduced to infinite mind.
That's minds can be reduced to infinite mind. I don't think I'm really saying that. I'm saying that
because you're breaking down
the
multiple.
final level is the mind, but it's a universal mind. It's an
Yeah, but I mean,
impersonal
you're
mind.
reducing
It's not
my
something we can
mind and your
conceive of.
mind and forms and everything to this infinite universal mind. So it's a form of reductionism because you're taking multiple laws and reducing it to one law, or multiple realities and reducing it to one reality, to say that your panpsychism is this infinite mind and the reduction of all minds to this one infinite mind. It's a form of reduction because you're reducing many into one.
Okay. If you want to say that, fine, but
Actually, I'm not sure, but
still
I'm
not
saying
going
that,
to use it.
I mean, as far as I don't, I still have no idea what you're talking about. They're saying you're just using vaguely the term panpsychism, and
Well, I can show you the logic. I don't know if that's going to help or not, but I can tell you the series of arguments we use to conclude that position.
now using a vague
The
we.
people.
I mean,
I can take you through the logic by which
like, I don't like
I
who's
conclude
the
that
we?
position.
If the people who believe like you do, like who else is that makes it a we?
It's a least action logic principle. So it's a reasoning based on apparitions and boundaries and such. So it's the failure to identify a boundary between one's own mental faculties and anything else that negates the possibility for any localized essence to any phenomenon, really. So it's a process of elimination whereby it's like, the human is not particularly privileged within the order of what's going on in the universe. It's just one more process within a universe of processes. And that's, considered a good way to look at it. Because basically anything other than that is just ascribing some sort of special magic powers to the brain, which doesn't really solve anything and possibly make things a lot worse. So the argument about a reductionism, like, I don't even honestly know how we got onto this. The whole studying the panpsychism thing, makes me think like it's incredibly confusing and complicated to go into the historical understanding of this stuff. So like, I don't know if I should really bring this into my own work at all. I can't tell if you're like trying to suggest that I should stop saying I'm a panpsychist because it's not saying anything, or not sure if you are saying anything in that regard.
No, I'm just trying to do some, I guess, like due diligence research to help you say something because it's unclear what you're saying.
Okay. It's unclear what I'm saying. Therefore, if I talk about other people who have talked about panpsychism in the past, it might clarify what I'm saying more.
Yeah, or you're just gonna like like wrong, 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 and like, well, if they're all wrong, like, what's your theory? I'm like, well, I can't say it. I don't know. So that's what I said. Like,
because I was like setting out to do a physics theory, and now it's like turned into justify this whole theory of mine, and the whole point was to not do this, to not have to do this. But it seems like, okay, have to do it. So I'm not approaching this in the same way as any of these people in history. So it's very hard to connect my ideas to historical thinkers that I know don't think anything like me. So I'm not sure how to solve that, frankly. But
I mean, Philip Goff actually uses the terminology panpsych of reductionism related to panpsychism. Let me show the article.
I kind of like the way Hoffman words it, and he says like conscious realism. Sorry, go ahead.
Panpsychism aspires to account for human and animal consciousness in terms of more fundamental forms of consciousness. There are, broadly speaking, two ways of doing this: reductionist and non-reductionist. Non-reductionists postulate basic principles of nature to bridge the gap from more fundamental to less fundamental forms of consciousness. For example, it might just be a basic law of nature that when you have conscious particles arranged in certain ways, consciousness corresponding to the whole emerges. That's what I was referring to atomistic monism. Or if we're thinking in terms of cosmopsychism, that's why I was referring to etherism, a basic law of nature that when the conscious universe is in a certain state, consciousness corresponding to certain of its part emerges. Reductionist panpsychists, in contrast, hope to account for human consciousness without postulating special laws of nature. We don't need special laws of nature to bring statues into being. You just need to mold the clay in the right shape, and bingo, you've got a statue. Similarly, the reductionist panpsychist thinks that you have to arrange conscious particles in the right way, and bingo, you have a conscious brain. More objections. So he's referring to Mill Gilchrist and Bernardo Kastrup. Most of the objections Kastrup put forth against panpsychism seems to be directed at the reductionist version. Again, I'm not convinced that things are so cut and dried. The objections he raises are certainly powerful challenges, but there are some very good responses to these kind of challenges, and these responses have not been conclusively refuted. Having said that, I'm less sympathetic to reductionist panpsychism as time goes on. What I've heard from Bernardo is an objection to, what I haven't heard from Bernardo is the objection to non-reductionist panpsychism. So maybe according to this, I put the article in the chat from the IAI.
That's all the same article. Okay.
Yeah, you have to scroll down.
Awesome. Now I got it.
A little bit. Right after the according to analytical idealism is the section on reductionist. But I mean, it sounds from the way Goff is saying that you're more a non-reductionist panpsychist. But I mean, if you differentiate that reductionism is the term and that you're specifically a non-reductionist, then. But we've been going a long time, so I might be trying to start wrapping up. So if you had your stuff you wanted to share, I know you had your diagram.
So yeah, I was thinking about it. It's incredibly complicated, and I was, just trying to get a little closer to some presentation of my ideas. Because in my own mind, they feel really simple when I'm thinking about them, and then I go to write about them. It's like, that's a lot of words. And it's like, no wonder this didn't really make any sense. So, yeah. I kind of got somewhere working with ChatGPT, but it's not really finished now. But, essentially it's getting closer. And it looks like it makes sense to just build the whole thing off a boundary. So I suppose I could, like, I don't know, like Chalmers, like the boundary problem. Like, what about if I try to say why it's not really a problem, or the binding problem? I mean, like, I just feel like every time I've tried to do this, it hasn't worked. Like, try to explain why a question or why a problem isn't actually really a problem in the first place. I just feel like it's kind of a waste of time for me to try that. It's like, why? Like, if I go to write about why the binding problem is not really a problem, like, it's just like, does anyone even understand what is even being asked by the binding problem in the first place? Like, do I need to address these things, or is it causing more confusion to try to connect it to what's already out there because it's not really connected to it at all?
Well, no,
It's
because
its
if
own
you're framing it
thing.
within the canon of academia, you're talking about the Western canon of philosophy, and it refers to these things like the combination problem, the binding problem, and those are the only people who are really going to read or critically examine your material. So you have to, do your due diligence and frame it within the Western canon. And it's people like Goff and Gastrip and Castrop and Chalmers that are your target audience, because those are the experts within academia on the subject. They're really the only people that on the subject. Or if you're going to go a non-academic route and just kind of spiritualism in like in a non-scientific, non-philosophical manner, then it doesn't matter. It's going to it won't be taken serious by um you'll be non-published. You'll be considered non-philosophical, non-academic. So I mean, you could take dual directions. Like if you were some sort of guru or some sort of
Yeah.
tradition, phrase
If
it
I
with
was some kind of guru, then maybe.
you would phrase it in terminology of.
I probably still need help though. Only have two arms in this reality, no matter who you are.
Well, I'm saying if you're phrasing it like if you're talking Kabbalah and you're putting it in the hagiography of Orthodox Judaism, then you don't need to mention the binding problem or the combination problem or any of these things. It's hagiography, and you just need to mention the relevant accepted rabbis. It's a different axioms. And if you're not
Sure.
within a system that has accepted axioms,
I am, but they don't translate to English readily.
what I'm saying, you're a Hindu, or you're saying like no? I mean, you're saying if you're going to put in the hagiography of Hinduism or a sect of Hinduism, then I mean you're writing a Hindu text, and saying that wouldn't be taken serious by the scientific or philosophical community. You're writing like a Hindu text for Hindus. And if you're trying to do a combination, you want
So
something
you're
that will
saying
be.
like people are just categorically going to be opposed to Hinduism, no matter what kind of thing.
Well, the axioms are different. So I mean that in the scientific or philosophical realm, people are not going to read your text on Hinduism. So if you want to phrase it like you want to write something that would be amenable to Hindu scientific and philosophical audiences, it might just be impossible. It might not be possible to do. That's the everything to everyone fallacy. But so you could have different realms that you could try to have like a little like you could write like a Hindu text and like like if any philosophers are let me just address the combination problem in case any Western philosophers read this, and then your Hindu audience, some of them might it's very difficult. You can, like that's the everything to everyone fallacy.
Uh huh.
So if you did actually have something, so if all you're trying to do is defend Hinduism, a philosophical defense of Hinduism, so you don't actually have
Oh my
anything.
God, no. Oh my God,
All like you don't
no.
have
I'm
anything to
not
use.
trying to. That would not. That
All
would be
you
so
have
much
is
more.
all you have is basically Hinduism, and so you're just so who you're writing for. That's basically you want to defend Hinduism to a philosophical scientific audience. I mean that goes back to your narrative voice.
Hi,
Listen,
I'm Jen. I want to defend Hinduism to a, what did you say? Secular
to a
scientific audience?
philosophical or scientific
Oh, okay.
audience.
All right. Right. Okay. Yeah.
So like you're gonna
Hi.
submit to David Chalmers or something, just, yeah, like, hi, I'm Jen, and Hinduism is awesome, and I wanted to inform you that the answers to all your questions lie in Hinduism, and that there's no problem with the combination or the any of these various philosophical dilemmas according that. Yeah, but it's unlikely. But if you're saying I have a unique theory, and my theory is useful to everybody, and if you wrote in a philosophical journal, you would write in philosophical terms. If you wrote in a scientific journal, you would write in scientific terms, and if you wrote to Hindus, you would write in Hindu terms.
If I was trying to be all things to all people, but as you've rightly
No, it's
pointed
like
out,
if you
that's
had
not right.
something new that was useful, if you had some new insight on panpsychism that would be useful to Hindus, that you would phrase it in the terminology that they might not have to mention the combination problem and the various uh, terms of Western philosophy and science. If you were writing to Hindus, you would phrase the things in terms of their axioms and hagiography. How does it relate to Shankaracharya and Advaita, or whatever? But
It's
so that you would.
non-dualism. It's the same school.
So I was saying, if someone's Hindu, you don't have anything to add. So there's no reason for you to
If
write to
somebody
Hindus.
is an ascended master, I have nothing to offer you. That's correct, but nobody has anything to offer any ascended master. But not everybody who's a Hindu is an ascended master. Come on.
Well, I'm saying if you have something for a Hindu audience, but I mean, whatever the point is, that it comes to how you define words and what are the axioms and what has to be addressed.
Yeah, and I was saying, take into
So if
account
you're
the
right, if
effects
you're
of
writing a
taking
paper,
into account the effects of consciousness in physics. And I can keep saying that. It's always gonna be that.
yeah, but you can't really write something that would fit. I mean, because writing is for other people.
Right. And what I'm trying to do is convince other people to take the effects of consciousness into account when doing physics.
Well, I mean, you still haven't solved these issues of your narrative voice.
I don't need to. I can tell you exactly what I'm trying to do. I don't need to have some magical character that's behind the wheels doing it. And that's what I'm trying to do. So that's the argument. Physics is not consistent with consciousness. It should be, and therefore this is a suggestion on how to do it.
A
That's
suggestion for physicists, because who else than physicists care about that?
In particular, if somebody wanted to study
And then even if
consciousness,
you're disagreeing with
if somebody
physicists,
wanted to study consciousness from a physics perspective, I guess physics or people who want
I
to
don't want to
study
go this merry-go-round because I was
consciousness.
hoping to wrap up, and we're just going to go in this merry-go-round about your narrative voice, and so you don't even have any writing to review. But
Well, I do have a structure of writing, but it was just in my own handwriting. I could read that out. But if you don't want to, if you're out of energy or whatever, we can wrap it up for now. That's fine.
you didn't have anything to share, or you want to go over this chart at all? I tried looking at it, but
Sure.
you're
I
like,
can go through the diagram. Sure.
you need like a roadmap to your roadmap, because I didn't even, it didn't even have a title or even clear like what I was looking at, or like what.
So what I was trying to do was to map out all the connected ideas so that I could get a theme going better. And also it's an exercise in how many different words do I need to use, and just how many words it makes sense to use, and what are the more important sort of concepts in terms of like how they arise and stuff. So I don't even remember where I started, but yeah, it's basically just like I'm not quite at the point where I can articulate all that's there, but you're starting with the infinite motion, and then you're going, and that's the superfluid, and then you're going down from infinity. And that's how the models work. And then I've never seen this in anything, any kind of Western thing. The closest I've seen in Western stuff to infinity is calculus, which doesn't really connect to this hardly at all. So that's where there's, a struggle to get that connected. But I do think that superposition conveys the concept of non-locality, which is central in my thing. Because non-locality precedes locality, if that makes sense. So locality comes into being from non-locality. Yeah, so there was that, and then boundaries being the basic axiom / model for all the physical theories, and that any model should minimize the number of boundaries because there's a energetic cost to a boundary, and that being really important thread throughout the stuff. So yeah, that's kind of where I got to it. Like I guess it's the least action logic. So out of all the Western stuff, the least action principle is kind of the closest to it. But even that's just barely kind of connected. It's pretty much a complete scrapping and re-envisioning of things as connected rather than disconnected, which is the kind of current zeitgeist, if you will. So, yeah. I think I've gotten a lot of progress because, this is pretty much all I like. This is all I need to really talk about. This sort of everything. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. And also, I got this formalization of objects and language. So, I had this explanation for how, at first, it seems like everything is physical because the shared perception appears to be physical. And then it kind of goes outside of that into metaphysical and back again. Yeah, so anyway, I was going to explain my philosophy as a process relational methodology, and then explain why that's basically a good way to do philosophy, and that epistemology was the best way towards guaranteeing that because basically, like, how do you guarantee that your philosophy process is actually process relational and that you're not just projecting your own categories on stuff? So, and my solution is epistemology. So basically, try to solve the problem of ontology through epistemology just by using the standard pramanas, starting with perception as like a shared common axiom from which the remainder of the system can be deduced uniquely from that single axiom. And then from that authority, we determined through secondary recognition from someone whose authority is relevant, like to judge, whether metaphor A or metaphor B is better than another, better than each other. And then that methodology can self-create its own pedagogical hierarchy. So then it's like a model for any type of thing that you can model pedagogically. Then this epistemological path to state-specific ontological process is then something you can just derive with any system you can break down in that sense, which then I could relate that to the guru principle, which is kind of obscure to Westerners. And then, yeah, so I had pedagogy listed as a recipe for epistemic ontogenesis. I thought that sounded really, really well. So really good, excuse me. And then, yeah, that was where I had gotten relative to the last time. But I actually I thought it was a pretty productive week, even though I don't actually have any writing per se. Because like I don't want to be, sending something that's not quite there yet. Like I understand what the problem is with my writing, that it isn't sequential enough. So it's just so many ideas there that I'm still at that parsing them out stage. But yeah, thanks for listening. And other than that, that's like pretty much all I've been working on. So yeah, I guess we can wrap it up. We can see you next week, if not sooner. You got anything to look forward to in Doooovid land? Has there been any updates to the website?
Uh, no, no, I don't really have any plans to update the website, but I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I might try to start selling stuff on it, but I just use like the GoDaddy web builder, so I don't even know what more I'd add to it. I mean, I could add more, blog posts if I write them, but I mean, I'm sure there's things that could make it nicer, but those were just the simplest things I could do with the GoDaddy web builder. Um, maybe I'll start selling stuff on it. Like, I'm not sure, but I won't do that for a few months, and I have to work out like a payment processor or something to like skirt the eBay fees. I'll probably do mob talk tomorrow with John Wolf. We'll see. We'll see about that. He's I told John he's got a he ran out of material, so if he wants to continue, he's gonna have to do something to make the
He
show.
ran out of material already.
I ran out of material because
Luckily, you'll never run out of consciousness.
yeah, I mean, we did it for like over 2 months. Like look, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So like 10 episodes. So I don't really have much more to say about the mob, God forbid. Yeah, and I don't research the mob. I don't really find it's not that. Yeah, I'm not gonna look into like the mob or like crime syndicates or something in order just to talk about it. So I talked about Jewish mafia or relations. So if he puts some work into it, then maybe we'll continue. Otherwise, it might just be wrapping up. So we'll see. But we'll probably talk tomorrow and see what he's up to. Um, Wednesday, I'm going to be doing more books. So the next 2 weeks of tour for Week in Review people, the next 2 weeks of my Wednesday tour, my library will be more topical. This week, I'm going to do science and technology and internet. So I have like 2 shelves, 50, 60 books, just generic, some science, genetics, uh, history of engineering, technology, a lot of books on, um, that include my books on the computers and the internet. And then the week after, um, will be a bigger section. I have more than 100 books. I'm going to do my philosophy books. That will include, I'll put like linguistics, consciousness. And so that will be the week after. So the next 2 weeks on tour my library will be topics that we cover on Week in Review regularly. And yeah, I'm not in contact. I'm not streaming with anybody. So I don't know if Luke Ford's going to be back soon. Maybe I'll try to put together this week an article on this Cartesian materialism and Newtonian physics, because like I want to start dealing with
That would be awesome because then
yeah, I mean these
and
things are
just
kind of
cite. I could
complicated.
just cite it. That would be great.
Yeah, just to clarify these concepts. So I thought the first article I wanted to write about dualism and panpsychism, but I thought I had to talk about mind independent physics, the nature of the science and material understanding that we talk when we talk about dualism or panpsychism. That generally the references in addition to the mathematical laws of nature, and that I mean maybe you feel that you could describe psychic elements according to the same laws mathematics, but generally it's coming in addition to. So I want to cover that, what we talked about on the show today. So maybe I'll try to turn that into an essay, and hopefully I'll be able to do that this week. Get an essay out, and it'll be my first essay in a while. If that's successful, then I'll try to do the one on the cognitive revolution that I already have the material for, and then we'll see from there, like, about more stuff on dualism and panpsychism, and maybe also the history of science or the philosophy of science, scientific method.
Great. Well, I mean, if I don't have to do it, that would be awesome. Just joking. But yeah, that is great. I'm glad to hear that you're on track for writing. So, how did you get past your writer's block anyway?
Um, I'm not sure I do, because I said, like, for me it's more about the writing is for other people. So if there's no demand for my writing, I don't think it's the writer's block. I think it's just I need the value proposition, like, so the writing has to be for other people. So maybe by writing about topics that are more relevant to Week in Review. Um,
Help people understand consciousness, perhaps. Yay!
but I don't have any demand for that. So, like, I want to understand consciousness, but I don't
There's
really
not
have any.
usually a demand to understand consciousness because people are attached to their illusions. That doesn't mean that there isn't a need to understand consciousness better.
When you're talking about writing, that I'm writing to fulfill the
Yeah.
demand of other people. So
What
right
about
now,
the needs of other people then? That might be something to consider.
but it's just hypothetical that, like, yeah, I think people could use this, but really, there's no people that are asking me. There's no people that necessarily find it useful um, after I do it. So it's not the writer's block; it's the value proposition.
I wonder how you could come to see the value in consciousness studies.
Well, I see the value. I'm saying that, and saying other people that see the value in one thing. I'm saying other people should see the value in it, and other people should see the value in my insights into it. And so,
But
like,
it's
I'm not
not
even
your
sure.
insights into it, it's your cataloging of a history of panpsychism.
Yeah, so I just meant we don't have to go into the merry-go-round on this, because I talked about this many times. I was saying it's not writer's block; it's the value proposition that there's no demand for my writing.
Sure.
Okay, so I guess I'll sign off. Have a great week, everyone.
Yeah, so let us know in the chat. Does the demand for writing matter? Thanks for tuning. Thanks for everything, Doowovid. See you next week. And so, yeah, does demand for writing, ought demand dictate supply for writing? Question of the hour. See, this one's probably going to be irreconcilable because to me, what people want is the last thing that you should give them on the civilizational level. So, kind of like, how do you break the tough news? So, what people want is never what I think about when I'm writing. It's always what do they need? And then maybe some indirect appeal to vanity, but not like speculating on personal wants. So I was consider that just so, I don't know, invasion of privacy. So I think there's a misunderstanding that like I'm being selfish, but I'm just concerned about a different thing than popularity, which is what's going to have the result of the best result for the overall improvement of the consciousness. That will probably involve some stuff that is like a harsh truth, but not too much, because pretty cool, pretty interesting and cool. Um, so yeah, I don't know, but definitely for me, a motivation of to be motivated through popularity is nonsensical, though I'm sure anyone can relate to the, vanity being indulged, that that's a pleasant thing. So Andrews was asking before about whether my thing was top down or bottom up. It sort of depends on what is the implementation. So your generic knowledge acquisition model is bottom up in the sense that it's based off a shared, as I was mentioning before, shared epistemology of perceptual, sort of a primacy of perception. So if authority is starting from the ground of perception, individual perception, well, then you can think of practical knowledge as sort of a sandcastle built up on layers of this bottom up perception to like various degrees of attainment. Sure. And at least when I think about perception relative to other concepts, it does feel like it's below me. So the perceptual knowledge pathway thing, that's, you could say, is bottom up in that sense. It feels bottom up. It's the first thing in the steps of realizing mastery, bottom up in the literal temporal. This is the first part of the journey of knowledge, blah, blah, blah. Bottom up, sure. So that is an inevitability of what you might call metaphysical considerations that are always top down, always. And I don't think it's possible to really get a grip on what that means when you're just starting out. But for one way to see a top down logic is think of starting at infinity rather than counting as starting at zero and going up. Counting as starting at infinity and going down, 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 down. So what does it mean to go down from infinity? Because as soon as you step one step off infinity, you're into 3D. Or 3 plus 1D to be more accurate, right? Or 3 plus 1 across 3 plus 1 if you want to get super technical, right? So you're going from zero, which is also infinity. So zero containment, infinity possibility, that's the same thing. And then you start putting these conditional containments on this infinity field, and it doesn't really matter what the containments are, because language doesn't really, meaning its effect is most like structurally understood. So you can do that as many times as you want, but there's this consideration of 3 plus 1 simultaneous reductions, which is this operation of going from unmodified to modified or infinite to finite, even though there's still a residual infinity in the finite, which is represented in the thermal motion. So yeah, that's about it. I really love this new diagram here. I want to talk about it because I got into this combo with someone who's like trying to argue that, I don't know, I must have not understood what they said, because it sounded like they were saying all meaning was linguistic. And that is just, I guess I don't get it. So it's like, well, I guess I thought if I would cite an image and say, well, don't images have meaning? So images don't have any language in them, but they still convey meaning. Therefore, your premise doesn't make any sense. So according to this person, this diagram that I'm on the screen right now is meaningless. And some people may agree, but it's like, um, hashtag maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it is good that stuff that could easily be misinterpreted is meaningless until someone who understands it interprets it. I'm not going to do the whole thing. Like, I'm just saying, like, just think about it. Like, just let's put it in the, the back burner. But question for contemplation to think about. 1 versus 5. Okay, so which one of 1 versus 5 is simpler? So it seems like a really easy question, right? It's definitely 1. It's got to be 1. Okay, but actually, well, maybe there's an argument for why it's actually 5, and that's coming from the infinity reduction. Is it going from infinity down? And then it's a question of like, well, if what complexity is how many degrees of symmetry an object still has because of its residual infinity-esque properties, well, now it maybe have to like have a rethink about the possibility that not that 5 is less complex than 1, but just that maybe their information content is indistinguishable. Lambie says I've become a pyramid bro. Okay, so again, let us know in the comments. Should I become a pyramid bro? Yes or no? Well, I'm way behind in all these comments. I'm all the way back at ChatGPT said that, oh, wait, a molecule is not strong emergence, but DNA has properties that could be seen as strong emergence. Yeah, let's not go there. Oh, here we go. I've got Daryl says my approach is inside out. Oh, well, thank you. That's very insightful. I do think there's utility in being able to continuously deform perspective from the inside to the outside, but I don't think that's something you can teach in a textbook on how to do. Whoa. Let's see here. So Lambie says straight lines from the surface of the sphere are at a slight angle to one another, thus at some distance this light cannot be observed. Okay. This is, if you actually want to understand what I'm saying, you can't think of it as a pre-existing lattice of space and time. You have to think of it as a cloud that reduces from infinity. And that communication is something that emerges within this compression from infinity, which you're obviously not conceiving of infinity at all times. And there's precedent in math, just saying. The argument against the straight lines is the same thing as like when you're counting down from infinity, you're saying, okay, I can only count down 3 plus 1 times. That doesn't mean you can count down 3 plus 1 lines, though. It means that your total possible, quasi-independence is 3 plus 1, but that doesn't equal 4 lines. And trying to think that it does makes it incredibly confused and inaccurate and like non-hyperbolic. So just think of it like how many different concepts do you need before it even makes sense to invoke a line? So you can have a blob of mass, like what do you need for a blob of mass? A sphere. Now, if anyone's going to take issue with the sphere being the minimum energy shape for a solid, well, I don't know what to say. But it's definitely the case that a sphere is simpler than a line, because there's a precedent for something very much like a sphere physically, whereas a line, we're not there yet. We have an object, some blob-like, and then a possibility of becoming a sphere being the least unlikely thing that we can think of at this time. That doesn't account for the whole motion, because there's problems to explain, like why is there this regularity in the or bits. Well, it turns out that's explained by the 3+1, which is this like sphere-like thing, but in 4 dimensions instead of 3. So the way I see it is the straight line doesn't actually become conceptually constructed until you have two masses that are separate and they each have a center, and then those centers are separated. And that in that case, it makes sense to model that separation as a line. So I don't think anybody disagreed with that at any point. Like no one I'm not aware of anybody ever disagreeing with the concept of a center of mass. Maybe slightly different interpretations, but sure. The idea that you can have a dot here and a dot there, and that there's a separation between the dots that is, for all intents and purposes, understood as a continuous line, fine. No one ever argued that that is what appears to be the case. Okay, so, but you're presupposing all this stuff exists. You're presupposing there's an object. You're presupposing another object. You're presupposing that there's centers to the object. And then you're presupposing that there's a distance between the centers of the object. Okay, that's still just a model that probably is great, but actually doesn't, like, clearly is all sorts of problems. Even though it sounds so simple, like, how could that not be right? It's not, quote, wrong. It's just that to throw a line into a model is effectively to reduce the dimensional limit. So the right model intrinsically doesn't reduce the dimensional limit, because a model is supposed to be the most general form of something. That's why it works. But if you're reducing the dimensional limit geometrically by having some fundamental assumption, i.e. lines, and just saying, oh, I can just throw a line anywhere I want. Well, if you want your line to mean anything, you can't. Because the linear limit of the measurement limit, if the linear approximation of the measurement limit is 3+1 lines, 3+1 perpendicular observables. And that's what it feels like. So you can say, yeah, that's our perception creates this approximation of 4 dimensions. But the 4 dimensions aren't equivalent. So the temporal dimension is radically different from the spatial dimension. They're experientially also, quote, orthogonal or perpendicular, i.e. couldn't be any more different, because you're within space going forward in time. You're not, they're not interchangeable concepts on our scale. So yeah, I just thought, my explanations in words are lacking often, and I can see the transitions and symmetries and everything that generates that, but I just thought I'd break it down and realize, it's actually kind of complicated, and still this diagram hasn't quite done anything justice, because I haven't really explained, okay, well, what am I doing? So from 1 to 2, it's going from just 2 dimensions to 3. So it's like a pyramid with a square on the bottom. And then reflection. So that's constructed from 2 types of reflections. So it's sort of a double reflection. And then on step 4, reproduce the same pattern as the QMPT to line it up and show how by doing this composite figure you can get the QMPT. I'm not saying that this means that this stuff's ancient knowledge. I'm just saying I don't even know what I'm saying. I guess the main thing that came out of this was out of a convo about whether you need language for the conveyance of meaning. Obviously, I'm going to say no. I think math and geometry makes that point fairly eloquently. And so I also happened to get this diagram and thought it was a good thought experiment for questions about structure, or making my point about counting down from infinity, having a different conclusion as to what is a simpler shape. Because in the case of 1, you could argue that its lack of symmetry is a lack of simplicity. I don't think it holds up, but interesting concept to go into. Similar to earlier how I had mentioned the line of reasoning and questioning, like what I thought was self-evident at the beginning, which turned out not to be, but which was like, is the QMPT, which has 59 balls, simpler or more complex than the complement of hyperbolic figure out, which is just a single surface. It's tied up in a knot, but it's a single surface. So I thought it would have been obvious, the naive first approximation is the single surface, but that proved to be folly. But it's basically the same type of question. Like, there is no answer, because the point of it is to explore what metaphysical parsimony is. And what's the point of metaphysical parsimony? And it's like, it's to intercede when language is just effed. Because language plus science doesn't solve this absolute parsimony problem, which is like, how do we make our models even better than what they are right now? Like, how do we go that extra step to make them even, like, it's not conceivable now, but by using this least action logic, we could conceive of something that is so simple that maybe we can actually like come into coherence with conceptualizing. Under says popularity is most useful for making money, otherwise very much a burden. Yeah, popularity is sort of like important in one way, but the question is like, where does the knowledge become useful for a person day to day? Sort of a bit of an open question, but I think just thinking about it opens the door to get things much better. Under says one funny problem is that when counting down from infinity, one will never reach the level of numbers. Like, is that so bad though? Because the numbers are important when you're measuring, when you're linking them to the important attributes of measurement. And the important attributes of measurement is how many simultaneous measurements are you making? Because you want to know how much is the active measurement interfering with your signal. Yes, it does matter. No, we're not fully understanding it if we don't understand physics, how consciousness affects physics. Lamby says tossing a line in a model is like tossing a spanner in the works. It's tossing a spanner in the works of understanding or learning how to visualize the coming into being of matter. So matter doesn't have a particular structure, but it has a meta structure, which is the periodic table. So there's this like not like structure that arises in matter that is modeled as a structure. So it all sort of works out. But if you want to be able to apply, like applied indeterminacy, sort of not being at the mercy of the indeterminacy of matter, leverage it to your advantage, is to understand geometry intuitively, which is what are the structures that arise, basically don't arise minimally. There's no structure, but then there's some structures that don't arise minimally. There's these sort of weird double negations that ends up being connected to how we model the boundary. But the minimal non-boundary is either the quantum periodic table or on our scale is the hyperbolic figure eight complement. So that's not linear. Linearity is something you could argue is a model for certain segments of the QMPT, but definitely in the complement of hyperbolic figure eight, that has like arguably more quote curvature than a sphere, right? I'll pull that up now for the I'm sure 0 people who've never seen this before. There isn't really anything resembling a straight line when we look at the object in the top right here. And there wouldn't even be a place to say, well, it makes sense to put a straight line there to approximate it. It's just not linear. A linear is something that's local, and that's consistent with our experience. Our subjectivity is a local phenomena. Linearity is a product of our subjectivity, and that's where all the energy that our minds diffuse. That's what the energy that is diffused by our minds is diffused doing, approximating perpendicular space-time. Andrew says, geometry is cheating by building a castle in midair without a foundation. Well, if you look at it more deeply, there is a foundation. The foundation is the connection between distance and like physical distance and theoretical mathematical distance. So the problem right now is distance mathematically, it has a hard time getting past the Pythagorean parameters or whatever limitations of that very linear. The problem isn't that geometry has no foundation per se. I mean, that's something, but the bigger problem is that we have so much riding on linear geometry that it's basically inconceivable to not use linear geometry for a lot of people on a what would appear to be emotional level. So sounds really bad, but it's actually not, because all of everything to understand is already there. It's just that the way we look at math kind of has to change a bit. What is the utility of math? It's not just the utility of math is not an end in itself to be studied huffing your farts for all time in a castle. It's meant to be a way to interface physics with concepts that lend themselves to being diagrammed out, usually with geometry. But it's kind of hard because there's all this established, calculus. You could say, well, you need straight lines for calculus, and that's the only reason you understand geometry so well. So great, I'm glad that it's actually a complicated conversation. And that's where it's not actually the fact that it's not actually foundationalist means we can proceed to the next step, which is to try to answer the question what's the best way to derive distance as a physical process. It's not a straight line, even though in many cases that will be a perfectly fine approximation, or in the case of a machine, it's a range of straight line. So you could be like, well, geometry is self-grounded in something like architecture. And it's okay, good start, but go even farther. What is the content-independent power of the structure of Euclidean axioms is, hypothetically getting more information than you put in. Let's see here. This wave yet singular blob thingy stuff mess with my mind. Yeah, it's a lot of people report that it has a psychotropic effect, which is part of the reason why I don't feel like people ought to learn this stuff, because it's okay, proceed with caution, because it can have a psychotropic effect, but also not knowing stuff can have bad effects. So psychotropic is it's not, I don't want to say it's bad, or good. It's sort of, and I don't want to say it's neutral. It's just like it's different. It's going from your normal state of mind to something different. I kind of want to lump that in under the uh, category of like non-local conscious effects. So when people, have got into traditionally these yoga type stuff, like self-inducing, what they might call, hypnagogic states or dissociated with a good connotation states, like this is something that people have sought out because they want to avail themselves of the technology to get to a better state of mind from their own reasons, or like they feel like they're stuck or whatever. And that's where it makes sense to focus. Larry says he likes the macro world better, even if it's a matrix of your own making. Well, everybody feels like that. But it's a feeling. So I think it's probably enough to like realize that it's a feeling that your perception of reality seems real and unnecessary feeling, but absolutely not justified. Andrew says popularity is useful for reaching large numbers of people. It's needed in example politics. It's actually not important to be popular to reach a large number of people. Okay? That's actually not important. Because it's how many people are going to, not to be cynical, but like go along with your ideas, the most important thing. But let's say that it's actually like that they care about like more than just blind obedience. It's like, is it in a form that is, when someone's presented with it, do they say, well, oh yeah, that speaks to me, that's something I could have come up with myself? So in this case, we'll know, because it's hard to like, it's hard to make fundamental properties of matter and space-time popular, because like physics isn't popular, philosophy is not popular, like all the topics that investigate these questions aren't popular. So yeah, it's doesn't really matter, because the number of people that actually uh influence opinions very small. So you're, at worst looking at, really only care about convincing people who are themselves influencers. Okay, and it's not even just influencers. You give a shit. Why would you give a shit about all influencers? It's really just the influencers that care, that are influence over the domain that you want to influence on. So my personal popularity doesn't really matter. Probably preferable not to have, from the sense of my own personal interest, but preferable to have from the, if it was actually helpful, if the popularity meant that people were having a better life, then that would be great, and it would totally be worth it. John says a derivative is still a line and only exists in 2 dimensions. Yeah. So the sort of basic fact, 4 dimensions in total, without going into all the theological implications of that, just 4 dimensions, and then saying like, well, what ought we model things in? And then understanding that lines aren't that similar to the actual reality. And so we should think of lines as emergent upon something more. You could say it's more circular, but it's entangled, I think is a good word for it, or dependently arising, all together, all at once, in one thing as a unity, singular essence, but also possessing like all the properties in advance of themselves. So that's where you get this infinity, where it's like, we're not talking about literal infinity here in a mathematical sense. We're talking about the concept of infinity as being without qualifiers, because that's the most generic version of the formalism that you can get. And that's really useful to have a generalized form. of formalism. Just saying. Linear properties are useful for being able to calculate. Yeah, that's fine. So what we have right now is like, it's just all sort of trending towards calculation. And what I'm saying is let's make the justification of calculation a little bit more flexible. Alternates to straight lines that still come up with perfect answers are perfectly fine. And realize like, yeah, there is a connection between linearity and how easy something feels to quote learn, because you're not really learning a thing, you're memorizing it, right? Like learning is transcending a concept. Concepts aren't just the things that you memorize, they're the things that animate the things that you memorize, and then only through whatever process do you actually get to understanding what the actual thing is, right? So we're not going to get much insight just by only having lines. But if lines are just one of many concepts we can dip into to parameterize things and understand that there's a lot more that you can do than just measure distance. Because not all separation, it doesn't make sense to model all separation as distance. That there's a much more intuitive concept than distance, which is a dosha that works for not just matter, but lots of other stuff. And so it's sort of shifting from a linear separation centric model, which I think why I'm having so much, like, I'm actually so glad I get to talk about this. I think it's why I'm having so much trouble with this, because like in this paradigm, in the Western paradigm, like all separation is linear. And like linear separation in my paradigm, like literally doesn't even make sense, because there isn't actually any separation. There's apparent separation and it's not linear. Daryl says, have you seen how many views Good Science YouTube gets? How about Sabine's? Yeah, well, let's wait till the theory is actually in a form where like it's great and it's analytical philosophers will look at it and they'll be like, oh God, that's so good, I have to sit down. That's what we want. Or they're just like, I wish I hadn't seen that, so I didn't have to remember for all time that my internal logic's been eternally beat down. Just kidding. We use more than two dimensions. Yeah, we definitely use more than two dimensions. This isn't about what is the state of affairs. This is about how do we get to like an axiomatic understanding of stuff through a process, and then once you're at that point, building back up. So the down and the up both being important. The lack of causal relationship between x and y can be ignored if we assume a normal distribution around the regressant, stack them with multi-collinearity. Yeah, so that's still going to be invoking a line concept, which is what I'm trying to get. I'm basically trying to get away from that because it doesn't exist. So imagine a sphere and then a tiny little difference between this volume of the sphere. So like it's actually a physical surface. And then there's like a tiny, 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 tiny little blip. So it was solid, and then because to visualize the thing in motion is really hard. So you usually want to start with it being solid, but just have, sphere, starting with a sphere, and then a tiny little, like a pimple kind of on a sphere. And the metric or the amplitude or the line, quote unquote, is something to do with the proportion of the size, rather the proportion of the volume of the deviated section. So like 1% is the volume 1% difference. So your linear thing is a volumetric proportional thing relative to a surface. So that's, that's not just, oh, it just reduces to lines. That's lines are something that you can invoke at the cost of a reduction in a considerable reduction in potential. So I'm not against any particular system of mathematics, but at this point, I mean, Doovid kind of made the point today that I've been making for a long time, that properties aren't described by physics. It's unclear. Like, no, sorry, okay, what's unclear is the connection between qualities and properties, because it's the allegation is that quantity is, and properties are the things that are quantified. That's actually known by physics. But yeah, the claim is that physics does say some of it. Qualities, properties intrinsic to substances. Yes, physics does have something to say about that. So, if the mind is a physical process, then physics should have something to say about consciousness. So, yeah. There's really no coherent formalization anywhere for the emergence of any qualities whatsoever. That's not even clear who's supposed to be doing that. So, yeah, it's tough. Thanks everyone for tuning in and helping me talk about my ideas. That was very helpful. Went for a good 5 hours today, and hope that was infotaining for you as it was for me. And we'll see you all